Hey guys, welcome. Welcome, it's nice to see you all. Yeah, today we are updating the loot filter for the upcoming Dawn of the Hunt PoE 2 update. Now, I've been updating and building PoE filters since almost 10 years. In fact, it's going to be a 10-year anniversary in 11 days. I actually have no idea what I'm going to do with that. Oh, Sir Gog, thank you so much for the raid. I really much appreciate your videos and your content. Thank you. Guys, welcome. We're working on the filter. Anyway, I've been holding a little silly speech. Guys, welcome. So today we are updating the filter. Today will be the I started working on filters pretty much 10 years ago. In 11 days, I'm gonna have a 10-year filter anniversary. I have actually no idea what I'll do for that. Maybe we'll make like a nice background for filter blade or something like that. And I'm gonna be honest with you guys. Today's update is gonna be one of the most chaotic, most challenging, and most crazy ones that we've ever done. There is a huge amount of renamed base types, a lot of uncertainty, no good economic data to rely at, pretty much none at all. There's a lot of changes. I have no way of actually testing the whole update. Because there's no alpha or something else. So it's gonna be a huge mess. In fact, I give you like a 50% chance that the filter will not work on release. This is something I've never done before. There's usually like a 1 or 2% chance. I will going to give us a 50% chance that I will need to hotfix it within the like first 10 minutes. So why? Because GEG has renamed, I love GEG. I've been playing their games over 12 years. And I've also been alpha testing PoE 1 since I think 5 years or something. And I think every single time I've been alpha testing, when GEG releases these item filter nodes, usually I'm the one who first tests those and tells them there's like 20 errors on them. Well, not 20, but there's like inconsistencies, errors, something needs to be renamed, something doesn't work, and so forth. I would at all not be surprised if there's errors on the data. This time I have now no ways to test. But yeah, that means that there is a chance that what we are building today will simply not work. If this will happen, and this is something, so guys, I can build filters, but something I can't do is actually spread information and solutions. So I would ask you guys to listen to the following things, and if you hear someone in your guild, in your friend group, in your Discord server, in your global chat, ask you certain questions, I would like you to be capable of answering them, because this will also help you. It's not just for others, okay? So if the filter doesn't work on release, and there's a realistic chance of that happening, I will hotfix it within the first 10 to 30 minutes. I will not be playing Dawn of the Hunt then, which I'm super looking forward to. I will not be hunting monsters. I will be fixing the filter, which sucks, but it's something I'll be doing. I know it sounds weird, but actually I'm very excited for PoE League. So this is, I love PoE, so this is kind of annoying me personally. But yeah, so how do you... Now, there's also a chance that the filter doesn't work for you. Specifically, maybe you've done a silly change on filter blade. Maybe you didn't update correctly. Maybe you didn't download the file. Maybe GEG's filter service crashed. That happened in the past. How do you identify the issue? You don't need to join the Discord. I don't really have anything to promote or to sell you there, but you can go to filter blade, click on the Discord button. If something will happen there, also, or you can follow me on Twitter, I suppose. If everyone's going crazy, most likely the problem is I need to fix it. If it's more or less silent, most likely the problem is on your end. It's a bit of an ad hoc logic, but it works. All right, so this is the first thing. There is a chance that things will not work, realistic ones. There's 300 renamed items. There's, I think, around 100 new items. There's things GG might have forgotten. So if any one of those items, a single one of them, has one single typo, it doesn't work. And I might make the typo as well. So, you know, we have a lot of tools to test, but I can't prevent, I can't prevent something going wrong. Now, you may be asking, why don't I just not add all of the new items? Or why don't I filter by class? Well, the thing is, the issue there is that the whole structure is based upon specific base types. The whole tiering is based upon specific base types. So I would basically kill all functionality, and the filter would be vastly worse without it. So I'm taking the choice of going with the current plan and hotfixing things if they happen. Furthermore, the second thing is, there are around 100 new uniques in this update. I don't know them. So what does it mean? Does it mean all of your uniques will be hidden? No, luckily not. Instead, they will be looking really bad. What do I mean by really bad? Let me show you. They'll look like that. These are items, these are unknown items. These are items that are not known to the filter. This is like, it has 2 or 3 purposes. First of all, if it's a new leak or GG adds something, I don't just hide it. You will still see it. You will still see it in this color. If you forget to update, you will see it this way. By the way, if this time you forget to update, the filter will simply not work. GG renamed all items, the filter will just die. And the third thing is, if you mess up fixing something, if you mess up editing something, these things will inform you that something is going wrong. So yeah, all of the new uniques will look like that. Also, the data will not be economy updated during the first days. Why not? Because the economy in the new league absolutely sucks. I need to inform you. I need to check that it works. I'm going to give you a practical example. Now, I'm currently GG did not add the API trade river. Imagine it's like a single interface you can connect to and to inform you of every single publicly listed, updated, or removed item from the public stash tabs. PoE Ninja is consuming the trade river in PoE 1. PoE 2 does not yet have the trade river. Right now, sites like PoE2Scout, and I'm super thankful for PoE2Scout because I actually connect to PoE2Scout, just use the trade site, which is way, way worse. So let me show you what that means. Let me give you a single example why I will not directly enable those two, and at the start it will be just this, and we'll enable those two a couple of days in. Here's the price of a Mirror of Calandra, 810,000 chaos. Here's the price of a Regal Shard, 22, well, exalted orbs, it's exalted, not chaos. I think I've made my point. The economy data isn't exactly super reliable. I need to see if it's the case at the start of the league. I need to see if I can enable automatic updating there. If not, we'll have like manual updates every couple of days. But I do hope you can do mostly automatic updates, but I need to check if prices are alright. If prices will not be alright, if it will not be alright, I will need to change the whole approach. Right, so once again, what else? So if the filter will not work at the start, I will fix it within like 10 to 30 minutes on all sources. Softcore and hardcore economy updated filters will be available in a couple of days. They will not be auto-updated within, let's say, I mean, you will still get auto-updates and stuff, yeah, but they will not be economy updated in the first like 1 to 2 to 3 days. What else? If you start the game and you get errors, something with advanced or expert, you did not update your filter, update it again. Couldn't you hardcode shards and splinters always vary? I actually have that. The problem is it's not just shards and splinters. There's like a million problematic items that are not correctly tiered. I don't know why. You know, the economy data says an exalted op is worth 9 exalted op. It's 9 exalted. The chaos is still from PoE 1. I never bothered renaming it to exalted. So yeah, it's a bit of a tricky situation. Right. So furthermore, I will not be able to answer all of the questions in the chat today. I'm sorry. The questions are basically up to you guys. You can also ask them in the Discord channel. But we have a lot of work to finish. Now I have... So what have we done so far? We've updated filter plate. We've added all of the new items. We've done all of the renaming. We've added a bunch of new rules. We've added a whole bunch of filter plate fixes. Today will be all about filtering. Yeah, the filter is decent for cell font. On top of that, by the way, the filter also comes with the new style. This is something I have not really talked about much. So styles are available on Filterblade. This is, by the way, the beta version of Filterblade running on my PC. This is the live Filterblade version. The new style is, so this is the normal style. You can scroll down and watch how it looks and play around in the loot simulator. This is the new style, Zen. The Zen style is a bit different. It is super minimalist. When it comes to normal items, they are nearly the same as the normal GG-like appearance. The filter modifies very little things. However, when it comes to expensive items, they all look the same. Tier 2 items or A tier items look like that, no matter what kind they are. S tier items all look like that. So you will never be missing expensive things. It also is absolutely great for customizing. So if you want to have like a very little styled filter and you want to adjust it to whatever you want, you can start with Zen. It still highlights all of the things you need. It uses very light borders to highlight important things, like this is a salvageable item. And I think it's very nice because it's very minimalistic, but if something expensive drops, you notice it very, very well. Right. How do you get it? It's only available in Filterblade. Well, it's supposed on GitHub as well. And you can go to Style Sounds and switch it there. Also, you can combine all styles with custom sounds now. Keep in mind you need to download the custom sound files as well in Filterblade for it to work. Right. I think we should start. There's still a whole bunch of things to do. Mostly what we'll be doing today is we'll be reviewing the tiering. Now keep in mind today will include some spoilers. What I mean by spoilers is I will not be spoiling you the ending of X3 or how your Huntress build is going to be really bad. These things you can find out yourself. Instead, we'll be looking at certain items. So we can't actually take a look at, well, we don't have all information there. But for instance, we'll be looking at spear stats, we'll be looking at certain item base types. This is like light spoilery discovery stuff for some people want to discover it themselves. So if you mind that, I don't know, you're weird, I don't see us spear stats as spoilers, but I do respect that. So, right, let us start. The first thing we should probably do is we should start with the base type tiering. Now, what is base type tiering about? Base type tiering is... One second, let me quick check. On Filter Blade, you have this screen. This screen tells you what kind of item is in what tier. This screen is entirely... This screen was not actually created here. Initially, we added it in this too, but I used to generate the filter. Do I play the game? Yes, since 12 years and pretty much every league. Right, so what we need to do, this tiering describes what kind of item is in what tier. So you see the blue color says these items are in rank A. We call it rank because GG now uses tier for like tier 3, tier 2 items and so forth. Rank B are the green ones, rank C are the yellow ones, rank D are the orange ones. Now it's a little bit weird because it's not even very linear. Unfortunately, it's not very linear because if you're in the level 65 zone, like you just entered maps, these yellow ones and maybe the green ones actually the best items. So at this point, the blue ones don't even drop. So the best thing you can hope for, yellow and maybe green. So this ranking isn't exactly just what is the best. It is kind of like the best. What is the best item naively? There's like special rules for that for like the leveling part, but otherwise there's like rank A, B, C for the end game. So you can adjust what you see. You can move them around. You can click like you want to see this in CA. You can change all of these things, right? There's a lot of things you can do. This is specifically useful, for instance, if you're gonna go with like spears. Or this is live, so you can see spears there. Or like let's say this would be spears. You can move, let's say, more bases to T1 and more bases to T2, to rank 2, so that you see more items, or more of them in general. So this is something you can do to change. I know PS are one-handed. This is just for as an example, right? Right. So we will need to adjust the ranking today. We'll be adjusting the ranking for spears. We'll be adjusting the ranking for evasion bases and some other bases, and we'll be adjusting the ranking for a bunch of items in general. Now this is Filterblade Live. This is the tool that generates the filters behind Filterblade. Now you can see these things are kind of where Filterblade tools come from. So what we need to do is basically adjust the ranking here. Now GG has renamed all of the bases. This kind of makes things complicated because I was remembering all of these, like expert bases and advanced bases and all of that stuff. Now they all renamed them, so it's a bit hard to actually work with that because now instead of having like an expert whatever Karas, it's Utsal Karas. Which I suppose, okay. No, still, it's gonna be... By the way, which kinda makes me sure that they're gonna rename the bases again. Because we do know that new acts will add new bases. And these are kind of like X3 act names. I'm pretty sure they're gonna be like X6 act names. Anyway, that doesn't really matter, right? Alright, before we start working through the base steps, let me quickly go through the subscribers, and then we'll start actually developing. Tanibi, Visley, give a sub giveaway, thank you so much. Big Mac, thank you so much, and it's always nice to see you. Night Bliss, thanks. Of course, Sir Gok, thank you for the raid. Fluffman, Classic Coca-Cola, Godfaust, Lamilams, Hudois, and Andy, and Azizas, and... Mcomb, guys, thank you all for the sub. Thank you all for the support. Thank you all for the bits. You guys are awesome. Thanks so much. Right. So let us see what we can adjust. So personally, I think armor bases are going to be worse right now. Because armor didn't receive any buffs, armor didn't receive a lot of new stuff. So I think it is somewhat appropriate to reduce the overall tiering of the armor bases. What we're gonna do there is we're gonna move a couple of bases down in terms of their overall tiering, so that the armor bases will appear less in the overall tiering. Gonna go with that. With that, there's less T2 bases and less T1 bases, a tiny bit. Oh, actually, no, you know what? No. Gonna go to this list, do it here. Just a different list. Let me just quickly check which one I use, because I'm currently a little bit confused with the names. Well, it's going to be tricky. All right, let's maybe start with a different base type. So what we can do is we can start with, yeah, shields don't have these because they are freaking buckless. I need to take a look at that. Let's start maybe with spears. Great, spears are not present in the dictionary. Okay, I can't expect this to just work. Apparently. You might need to adjust something. Two-handed. Nope. Are they maybe in the item class file? I might have forgotten to add them to the configuration. Wait, am I blind? Why are spears not in the unbiased? Oh, there they are. What? I'm very confused. Okay, somewhere spears are missing. Great. I was expecting them to work, but apparently. Okay. Quivers. Does this affect anything? Thank you all for the kind words. Thanks. Appreciate all of your kind feedback. What is that? Okay. Okay, let's take a look. Maybe the item data misses them. Maybe this is the issue. So we have assets. No. Okay, so this is fine. Did I save this file? Gear classes. Gear classes have been saved, so foci. Okay, so it's not here as well. That's becoming very curious. So I have all weapon classes. Wait a second. All weapon classes are there. Amulet belt. We have art range, all our weapon classes. They're not even missing. They're even missing in this listing. Okay, where does this listing come from? But also, the second time I go here, it's actually not here. So there's something I'm not understanding. You see, it's in a couple of different spots. Probably one of them is missing them. Okay, access one-handed. Very sorry about that. I actually tested a bunch of things. I forgot to test this module. A bit embarrassing that we're running into this issue. Pretty sure we have it fixed in a couple of minutes. Where does this drop them come from? So this is probably from the base type maintenance, right? Okay, let's dig into the code. Unfortunately, I do have to check that this way. Okay, so filter polish util. Let's collapse. Let's start here. Let's take a look at the module windows. We have the base type tiering. Wait, maybe they miss minimal stats to be added. Maybe that is the issue. I think this is the issue. Wait. Yeah, okay, so we have a base data issue. That's okay, that's fine, all good. We'll have this fixed soon. In the meantime, we will proceed with other tasks. Then we can start with the spears, so base type tiering will have to wait a bit. So let's start with the currency tiering. And we actually do it manually this time around. We will not be doing automatic tiering this time. Usually I do like automatic tiering processing. Not this time around. This time we're gonna do it all old school by hand. This is the tiering file. This file describes what item goes into what tier. So the first thing we'll do is I'm gonna move the Sapphire Ring one tier lower for chanting and Stellar Amulet one tier lower for chanting as well. Now Stellar Amulet might be just as expensive. Maybe Stellar Amulet is still very expensive, but with all of the stat stacking nerfs, like Hand of Wisdom and Action got nerfed, and Pillar of the Cage God got nerfed, I don't see Nevek, I'm about to ban you for this joke. It's terrible. Alright, so the chanting bases, I'm pretty sure Stellar Amulet won't be a S tier base. No, you're not. Oh. Alright, so yeah, 5100 isn't really a big deal because they are not corrupted, so you can just slap some divine orbs onto that. So you can get your Stellar Amulet fairly easily above 75%, right? I think your Astromantis, I think Astromantis is worth divining. I mean, if Astromantis is going to be like at least a couple of divines, you can divine it to make it better. Filter mate, well, should have thought of that. Right, so no big changes to chancing except for that. Actually, let's start writing up a changelog. I've been completely slacking with the changelog this time around. There's like a ton of changes already added, and I completely ignored them. Moved Stellar Amulet to a tier down in terms of chancing. Moved Sapphire Ring a tier down. Okay. Then we can also tell added new style. Zen. Thanks, Nevek. Your debt has been settled. This time. Thanks, much appreciated. Okay, so these are the crafting bases. Let's take a look at the currency. This is the currency tiering right now. We're gonna take a look at how it looks like, see what can be adjusted. So right now, the tier, the S tier items are Divine Orb, Mirror of Kalandra, Perfect Jeweler Orb. The A tier items are Fracturing Orb, Greater Jeweler's Orb, and Orb of Annulment. Now, I think at the start of the league, maybe Orb of Chance will be going up and Orb of Annulment will be going down. Orb of Annulment is something you kinda want later, I think, not right now. I'm pretty sure Chaos Orb, oh, maybe Exotic Coinage. Gem Cutter Prism and Glass Blower Bobble will go there. But I think Gem Cutter Prism might actually be a bit cheaper early on. So I'm gonna slap it a tier down. Sideways, I can totally imagine that you can now chance the Queen of the Forest. I would be not at all surprised if they moved it to a different base. Or maybe not, I don't know. I mean, it's kind of rough to save. Okay, so once again, Divine Orb, Mirror of Calendar, Perfect Jeweler Orb is tier A. Fracturing Orb, Greater Jeweler Orb, Orb of Chance, tier A, this is tier S. Chaos, Exotic Coinage, Glassblower, and Orb of Annulment. I think Exotic Coinage can go down very easily by 1 tier at this point. Is the, well, no, wait. Especially at the start, like that. Exalted and Gem Cutter goes there. And then we have Armor Scrap, Artificial Orb, Chant Shard, Lesser Jeweler Orb, Orb of Alchemy, Regal Orb, and Vow Orb being in the D tier. That's kind of like the Alchemy tier. And Arcanist Etcher and Blacksmith's Whetstone are in the lowest tier. So, you know, Whetstones might even go up a tier at this point, especially with like 90% people playing the freaking Huntress. But I'm not sure. Maybe I even go with the reverse and move the Armor Scrap down the start. I don't know how things will behave. It's kind of rough to say. We have the artifacts in supply A. In supply 2 we have the shards and transportation augments, and supply 3 is Crow Wisdom Transmutation Shard. I think these will be the same. Glorious. Thank you so much, Odin, much appreciated. All right. I'm not really sure how to deal with the soul cores. Gonna be honest there. Azkapa got nerfed a lot, but it still provides you with spirit, right? The question is if... Yeah, I don't think Azkapa is going to be great, because on martial weapons, you most likely want physical damage. So it's probably only going to be used on elemental martial weapons, which I'm not sure are a real thing. Well, some bows exist there. I think it's still going to be worth something. It's also is pretty rare. Albino Raw Feather is like a gag item. GG. It exists in PoE1. It is part of the fishing profession. Could be used for Widow Hail. True, you can use it with some uniques. Okay, it's not gonna go into B tier. Oh, it's gonna go into A tier, and we'll see what the price will be. So depending on the price, we will see how we retiered the currencies, and move the Azkapa okay, then we have the sockets. Now for the sockets, I honestly am not sure how to deal with them. There's a lot of unknowns. So here's my current approach to dealing with those. First of all, I've reworked the way sockets work. So this is the way sockets work right now on live. Right now you have like a list for runes and soul cores, and you can go into runes, and they have 4 tiers, and they have their tier for campaign, and they have a soul cores, and they have this sort of tiering. So I'm reworking that. This is the new tiering. It's just one single tier list, so they're all merged in one tier list. You see the Soak of Azkaban is there, then you have like stuff like that. You have all of the new runes there in the greater one. Then the talismans are in the C tier. I have no idea where they have to go because we don't know all of the stats. Then we get the D tier, which are greater body runes, for instance. And so I basically split runes into two types: the better one and the worse ones. The better runes are Iron, Glacier, Storm, and Desert. These are the runes you need for armor, resistance, damage. Armor, resistance, damage. These are kind of the most important runes, I think. Maybe you see it differently. And all of the other ones. This is kind of the split there. Then you have the E tier runes and you have the supply runes. These are kind of like the lesser body rune and stuff. I don't think they have a lot of value in the end game. You'll probably only pick up, let's say, inspiration runes if they drop in at least a normal state, not the lesser state. But we'll see. On top of that, there's also a campaign section for them. So there's two tiers that have different visuals specifically for the campaign. The upper tier contains all of the resistance and damage runes. The lower tier contains everything else that is not great, like inspiration runes. I don't think anyone uses them for... I don't think they're very popular inspiration, campaign runes in general. Cookie Jira, thank you so much for the sub. Much appreciated. It's always nice to see you. How are you? Yeah, I'm gonna be honest with you guys. I'm not 100% certain this is the correct approach with those. Yeah, can't even reforge them for others, so I don't know. We'll have to just wait and see. As with everything this update is going to be very, very janky. There's so many unknowns, so we'll have to... You expect like patches in 1 or 2 days where we just add a million new items and completely reshuffle the tiering. How will the new unique show up? In a very ugly way, like this. These are all of the unknown items. So, and once we know the items, I'll be putting them into specific tiers, but I will probably need like 2 to 3 days to sort that out and for the economy to somewhat settle. Yeah. Okay, so let us proceed with the tiering. Now we have the sockets. Now there's 4 new greater runes. Actually, can we review them again in the... These are the new greater runes. I'm honestly not certain these will be very demanded. They're kind of weird in general. Okay. What? Okay, so we have greater rune of leadership. I'm just trying to think here. Oh, there are minions, the same thing. Okay. No, minions. Okay, so this is kind of cool, right? Minions gain 10% of their physical damage as extra lightning damage, right? Log in. Awesome. Awesome thing for minions. The issue is it only works in martial weapons. But you can't have sockets in... You can't have sockets on scepters, right? So scepters are not martial weapons. You can't have them in wands either. So what is the point of this thing? What do you use it with? Animate weapon, or well, maybe, but I don't. There's going to be like 3 people using this rune in their weapon. Tame beast, maybe. Ballistas, the ballistas are not minions. Animate warrior with Kitava, maybe, but you know what would be better with animate warrior with Kitava? A better stick. So you would put an iron rune there, because you also do damage for that yourself. It's kind of like, why? Okay, so we have meta skills gain 10% increased energy. This is actually good. And then we have 1 to 10 lightning storm damage. This drops from a unique map in the endgame. Imagine you get a unique rune from a unique map, and it gives you 1 to 10 lightning storm damage in the endgame. Trench Timber is a minion club. Yeah, you could go with Trench Timber, that's true. Sworn's got a lot of support gems. Yeah, we've seen, but still, 1 to 10 lightning storm damage feels... I don't know. I'm not sure about that. I'm gonna withhold my judgment, but if I would be a betting man, I wouldn't be betting on the 1 to 10 lightning. This is literally, this would be betting on the horse that was killed by a lightning bolt. By a Sony lightning bolt. I'm not betting on that. Okay, then we have attacks with this weapon have 10% chance to inflict lightning exposure. This could be useful, but I think you would probably have better ways of doing that. You have to reduce the effect of shock. And you have weapons attacks increase 8% skill speed. This is actually decent. Yeah, this is decent. This one is decent, I think. But it's not exactly amazing. These are exclusive runes, you know, this could have been like 20%, or maybe 15. This could have been like 1 to 1000, I think. Yeah, okay. I'm gonna leave them in B tier just to troll you guys. But no, they don't go in B tier. They're not good. They're honestly not good. Maybe I'm wrong. No, they go down to C tier. This is so weird. I can't in good faith keep this crap in B tier. I am so about to be wrong on that, but I just don't. Yeah. Apologies. Okay, so this is well, this is fine. I'm a bit confused about the ingenuity behind these runes. Same for like talisman. I don't know what they do. The ones we've seen were kinda underwhelming. So we'll have to figure out how this goes. Okay, there's emotions. I'm not gonna touch the emotions. I think they're fine. Don't think anything will change about those. I think like distilled suffering will still be very expensive at the start of the league. I'm not gonna touch the catalysts. Catalysts are not exactly expensive. They're gonna stay in the same tiering they should be. Maybe GEG adjusts their in fact, you know what? No. I think we're gonna move them up. We're gonna move all catalysts up by 1 tier. Because I think farming should be... I'm gonna keep adapting the same, because farming them will be a little bit harder. They nerf breach. I'm pretty sure less people will be farming and focusing on breach, and there will be a high demand for catalysts. The issues with catalysts in PoE 2 before that was it was so overfarmed. Catalysts were just absolutely dirt cheap. It might be very different after the update. Okay, something we are doing is we are moving all essences down. It's well, all S tier, the essences down to A. Until we know if they actually worth this much, we're gonna keep them in A tier since there's apparently more ways to access essences. They nerfed monster density to the ground, which you don't know that. They nerfed it, we don't know if to the ground, and also it was too high. I honestly think it's been the right thing to nerf that. Moved all essences to A tier until the economy is stable. Moved catalysts up by 1 tier. Hey, Dreamcoins, thank you so much for the sub. Much appreciated. Absolutely enjoying your videos. You and Sir Gog are my absolute two go-to content creators for mechanics and for PoE content in general. All right, so essences, this is fine. This is a fine rebalance. This should be okay. Then we have Omen. Okay, I think it's time to talk about these. Oh, fine, good. We actually know what they do. We actually know what they do. I was so certain these Omen will be really bad. And let me show you. Omen, so they added all 4 Omens. There's Omen of Reinforcement. While this item is inventory, your next rogue exile will summon an ally. While this item is inventory, the next possessed monster you kill will release its spirit. While this item is inventory, the next shrine you click will grant an additional effect. What? The next strongbox will be reopenable. So these are really not that impressive. I actually think the secret compartment one has a use case. Like you can use it for, you can use it to duplicate unique boxes once. So this one's actually a little bit better. But I'm gonna tell you, guys, I'm gonna let you in on the secret. Why were these added? They said every ritual will now contain an omen. This pollutes the drop pool. At least it's my theory. It pollutes the drop pool so that you can't get all of the great omens so easily. I mean, it makes sense, and it's yeah, it makes sense. It's normal balancing. This is correct behavior, but still, yeah, they are still useful. I'm not saying they're bad. I think I'm gonna be absolutely running Witcher. I'm gonna be buying them. Yeah, it's exactly Big Mac, exactly. So let's tier them. Omen of Secret Compartments. I think this one's actually quite good. It's probably B tier. It's gonna be C tier. Oh, C or B, you know, at the start. Let's put it in B tier. I think it's, I mean, if you drop that, it's gonna be dropping a lot. It's gonna be suck. No, let's go into C tier. Then, okay. This is, you know what, you decide, not me. C tier is around an exalted orb, like 1 to 2x. B tier is like 3 to 7x. We are talking about the Omen that allows you to open the strongbox again. You may be using that for like interesting strongboxes. Would B or C? All right, the people have spoken. If things are not to your liking in the future, it's all your fault. Secret compartments goes into the B tier. Omen of Reinforcement grants you an extra exile. I think this is something that goes into C tier. Because an extra exile is maybe worse an exalt, but it might also kill you. And it's kind of like less plannable, so you're carrying this around. Couldn't you just bring I don't think you can use an omen. I don't think you can use 2 omens per area. The way I think is coded is you can only use 1 omen per area outside of like the active omen, the crafting ones. Guys, thank you so much for the shoutouts and for the kind words. You guys are awesome. Thank you. So then we have Omen of the Hunt, which releases a spirit. It's very hard to say how good it is, but I'm gonna bet it's not so good. We haven't actually seen a lot of crazy things from those yet. So I'm gonna put it to C tier now, and we'll see how it goes. And then we have Omen of Answered Prayers. The next shrine you click gives you an additional effect. This is actually kind of the irony. This is for sure is going to be the worst. This is going to be the worst omen ever. And this is probably going to be the most, the one that drops the most. I don't think it's going to be much. I'm actually going to put it 1 tier above, because maybe you can 3-1 them, but it's really bad. Releasing a Spirit Delirium could be very strong. This is absolutely true. The problem there is... There's a problem with that. It's very hard to plan around that. You don't know when that will happen. You know, you have to have this thing in inventory. You can't go out, grab it. I don't think this works like that. At least you don't want to. This is going to be really sucky gameplay. I think Secret Compartments is going to be good, so the rest, I'm not sure. Alright, this is the tiering for now. Okay, then we have the fragments. Nothing changes about those. Actually, it's not true. I think all the tablets are going to be more expensive now, right? You now need... Tablets now affect the triple amount of content, correct? That means they're all going to be more expensive. Okay, so they're all going up at least by a tier. We're going to put them all into B tier. Except for the normal tablet. Well, you know what? We're going to put them all into B tier. Completely every single one. I would add Expedition because the combination, I kinda agree, but I do want this to emerge naturally. Kinda putting it into A tier at this point, well, maybe. You know what? Maybe. You know, I'm gonna go with that. I'm gonna trust you guys. Up it goes, 1 tier. Precursor tablet in CISO, I think it's still good. I honestly think it's still good. I also think overseer tablets are good. B tier is like 3 to 7x. Like fighting 4 map bosses, I think is worth that. It also gives you like +1 level with the right investment. Own tier for unique tablets, right? They're adding unique tablets. They will be marked as unknown. It's fine. We'll tier those once we have information on those. They will be marked as unknown. Can those things have a rarity? Crap, I don't know if they can have a rarity. Do we have like examples of unique tablets? I need to find one. You eat 2 unique tablets. Oh god. Can someone find a screenshot of those? Give me 2, Dawn of the Hunt, YouTube. And project. Precursor tablet. Alright, okay. So it is a precursor tablet type and it has a uniqueness. Oh god. Okay, we can do something about that. We can do something about that. I'm not sure how to treat it correctly. Uniques. What we will do is as remaining currency. I'm gonna grab this section and move it under uniques. This guarantees that it will work correctly, I think. No, that should be fine, should be fine. Okay, I'm gonna answer it once since a lot of people keep asking. Guys, I wanna ask you to answer that in the Twitch chat going forward. The filters will be done before the launch of the new league, probably like 3 to 4 hours before the launch. You'll be able to get it by now. So how can you get it? On Filterblade. Why would you use Filterblade? Filterblade is there. Wait, let me use the local version. Filterblade is there because on Filterblade you can use sounds, you can customize, you can adjust things to your liking. It will be here. You will need to just download or re-download or synchronize your filter. So if you have a filter on Filterblade and you want it updated, here's how you do that. Let me show you that. 1 second. So you need to log in. I'm just logging on the other screen. Sorry, no email sharing for you. I trust you all except for this one guy.
Glorious.
Viet is, thank you so much. While this is loading, let me quickly grab the PTM update. So that should be fine. Okay. So when you will load your filter, wait. It will take a while because we're using. Okay. To best explain it, on the beta servers, everything kind of needs to warm up. So anytime we call an API request for the first time, so it takes a while. So we're gonna load meditated map start. And if you load the filter, it tells you your filter has been updated. So all you need to do now is you need to go to export and either resync or redownload. So this is the way to update on Filterblade. Whichever way you go with, it works. Then if you're using my ladder filters, they will be updated automatically, but as I said before, there's a chance something might go wrong on GG side. There's a chance something might go wrong with a typo because I can't test the filter, so you know there's a small risk there. Yeah, that's basically the way to update. If you're gonna go with GitHub, you need to re-download that. But yeah, the filters will be updated today before the start of the league. Yes, if GitHub need to re-download. All right, let's see if the pull was successful and if we can do some tiering already. Okay, let's check if the... Nope. Let's check if the BTM is working. Ah, there they are. Wonderful. Spears are now there. And if we go to evasion unknown subclass, okay. Oh god, what is that? What is these? Abyssal, Curious, Conqueror, Glorious Blade. Okay. Yeah, this is wrong. We need to change that. Okay, I'm communicating the changes. We are at the same time working on the base types. There's a little issue there. So where were we? Let's go back to the tiering file. So yeah, all the tablets go up a tier. We now guarantee. Let's add them to the changelog. Add the new Omen to the Omens to the tier list. I suspect they are mostly there to clutter up the Omen pool, since Omens can be, since every ritual now has an Omen. Oh, fairly low tier according to QEDB, maybe except they should be all fairly low tier. Okay, that's fine. Divination cards are not there yet. Oh my god. This part is gonna be a mess. And I'm not even sure how to treat that. The tiering of uniques, I have no idea how to treat that. Not even remotely. I think we'll mostly keep the tiering the same as the last stable update. We'll look into that again soon, see if maybe some items need to go up or down. But I think the issue with so many things changing, when they made a completely reshaped, it is incredibly hard to tell what to do, how to tier them. A lot are missing. Yeah, the missing ones will all be highlighted with a special color. So you will always see all of the missing ones, okay? The disabled thing has been fixed. Wrong disabled base. Let's take a look. Ingenuity goes down. I don't know. Honestly, I don't know. We'll take a look at the tierings though. I mean, it's definitely is worse, but it still has use cases. The thing is, you can still try to corrupt that. It grants charm slots. And on top of that, I think what also speaks for ingenuity, you can actually boost up certain unique rings, which is quite good. But I'm gonna be honest with you guys, and I ranted about that on Twitter yesterday. I really dislike ingenuity. I really dislike ingenuity, like design-wise. I think this belt should not exist. You know, the thing is about Headhunter and Magebelt in PoE1, those like god tier belts as well. You equip them, they provide you with a very huge power boost and a change in gameplay. Like with Mageblood, you no longer have to do anything with your flask and provides you with a huge permanent stat boost. With Headhunter, you have a huge, interesting stat boost every map. The problem with Ingenuity is it is just boring. It invalidates the belt slot and just boosts the rings a little bit. I really dislike it. I wish the kind of top tier belts would be something else, but this is just my niche complaint. Because I really want kind of like belt slots to matter, and at this point, what we're basically saying, belt slot is like a extension of the ring slot that makes itemization worse. Okay, base step matrix. Let's see again. Belts. Unknown subclass. Okay, this is certainly something with the evasion basis. We need to take a look at the bucklers. I think this fixes it. Okay, cool. Not quite. There's still some things missing. We need to go through them and see where certain items seem to be missing. So, I think those two are wrong. I'm not sure. I think the gloves do have some errors. Okay. What do you think about the new rings and amulets? I'm kind of wondering about those. So here they are, so we can take a look at their stats. So we have Dusk Ring and Dusk Amulet. Dusk Amulet is terrible, right? It's really, really bad. There's nothing good to tell about it. Dusk Ring just provides some armor. It's not really great either, especially considering how bad armor is. Let's achieve this. Upgrades a normal item to magic or magic item to a rare item with 1 drop modifier. What's a drop modifier? What is a drop modifier? I don't know. Can only be used in helmets, rings, or amulets. I don't know. Maybe it's like a drop only modifier, but I don't know what drop only modifiers are. Oh, gold amount rarity. Yeah, you're right. It could be something like that. It could be like really giving you rarity modifiers. Okay, that's interesting. I don't think it's very expensive, but we have Delirium. This one's very cool. Upgrades a normal item to magic or magic item to rare with 1 random notable passive as a modifier. This is really, really cool. So this basically allows you to slap a body armor with a random passive and hope to get something awesome. Especially with such recombinators, it's going to be really, really cool. In theory, if this works, you can even like recombinate multiple notable armors, alright? You could have like armor with probably 3 notables total. In theory, this should be working, right? So yeah. I mean, they're probably prefix or suffix, so yeah. It could be interesting, but it might be unique. I'm not sure, it might be unique. Anyway, and then we have Essence of Horror. Up with 1 guaranteed property. Oh, this is the property, right? The 1 has increased effect of socketed runes on soul cores. Can only be used on gloves and boots. Probably good. It's a bit hard to say. I mean, if there's certain soul cores and talismans you want to use, this might be actually pretty powerful. And you have enchantment, the insanity thing. This actually is very nice for bells because it guarantees a double corruption. Also very nice. Yeah, those are nice things. You can probably also do some messy things there with recombinators once again. Yeah, Big Mac, I hear you. Alright, we want to take a look at the new rings and amulets. So those two are bad, right? Those two are really bad. Dusk Amulet, Dusk Ring. The thing is why I'm wondering, Dusk Amulet, the Amulet and Dusk Ring, I expected it to be a Calandra item. PoE 2, PoE 1, Dusk Ring. Maybe I'm wrong. PoE 1 has also the Dusk Ring, and it's the same ring. Look at this. So unless there's something that we don't know, or maybe we only care about the unique types, maybe they're interesting for uniques. In PoE 1, this is a very interesting base. It either reduces skill effect duration or increases skill effect duration based on where you equip them. In PoE 2, it's just... What? Then we have like Gloam Amulet, and Gloam is also... Thanks for the tip, and thank you for the subs, guys. I just kind of wonder, is this the real stat? Wait, didn't we already have a Mana Amulet? What are the current amulets? No, we don't. We have a maximum, a percent. Yeah, it's bad. But also, look, Dusk Amulet. They look the same. It kind of like doesn't... I kind of don't know if this is the case. Have you seen any of them in the trailers? Were any of them teased? Can anyone find a moment where we've seen those? YouTube... Dawn of the Hunt. Let's take a look if we can find the... New ascendancies, specters, rulers, support gems, unique rune tiers, as and wisps, new maps. This is bullshit. Their stats are not the same as in the preview. No, wait. So either... This makes no sense. So either the data mine data is wrong, or the video is wrong. Or GEG messed up. Okay. We are adding them. Okay. We are treating it differently. I'm re-enabling this section. I have no idea how to deal with that. Either GGG messed up, and I don't think you'll have the same base having two different things. This makes no sense. I think this is a data mining thing. Well, if this is the case, I'll be hotfixing the filter, because otherwise you'll get a lot of gloam amulets that make a lot of loud noises. But I'm gonna trust the video. I don't know what else to do. The whole thing is messy. Okay, it's a total mess. Do we see a different base there? Yeah, it's still this. Yeah, they teased it. I don't think it's gonna be the stats we've seen there. Jesus Christ, there's gonna be some pretty insane stuff with that. Well, I didn't see Penumbra Amulet, but the ones on PoEDB is wrong, I think. So the item stats here, I don't think these are correct. I don't think these are correct. Yeah, it makes no sense. I don't know how to deal. Wait, look at that. Look at this. There's these. Wait, is this just extra? Does it get both? Here are the special things. I am so confused. Okay, and if we go into Penumbra, yeah, local maximum prefixes allowed. +1, -2. Is there actually any sets in these? What about Dusk? Yeah, Dusk also changes that. Okay, so these things exist. So either these are placeholder stats, or it's a interpretation error, or they get both. I do not know what happens there. I don't know. It's weird. It's really, really weird. I don't know what happened there. Only thing I can tell you, it doesn't make much sense. Okay, guys, I'm gonna take a 5, maybe like 10 minutes break. I need a short break. I need to quickly drink something, maybe snack a little bit. I didn't get to eat much today, and then we'll proceed with the work. We've made good progress. It's actually not that much left. But yeah, I'll see you soon. Okay, and we're back. Right, I quickly grabbed a snack. Now it's time to proceed. So, we discovered that the Calandro bases are very weird. I'm so confused about this, honestly. Why are the stats here? I really don't know why the stats are displayed this way. Maybe they drop by default. And if they drop by default, they have these stats. But if you find them in Calandra, they get this. I have no idea. It's so weird. Maybe they get these stats if you recombinate them. Maybe these are their unique stats. It just doesn't make a lot of sense to me. It doesn't matter. Let's proceed. Alright, where were we? If you notice an issue with your filter, what's the best way to report that? Discord. Oh, datamine spears have hidden fist code implicit? Yes, I've seen that as well. In general, the spear stats are very, very weird. I don't know if this is something done by GG in order to confuse us, or if this are temporary stats, or this is a data mining issue. But if you take a look at something like about the branch spear, it has local weapon implicit, hidden base damage is code. You saw it there correctly. There's an invader on this table, a rogue cat. This is Kimchi. She tried to sneak up because I just snacked something, so she wanted to grab a bite. She's not allowed to grab a bite. That's not healthy for her, but she still tries. There's also a second cat around here. I'll show him later. But let's proceed for now. Apologies. Also, some of the new bucklers are weird. I'm not sure if you've seen that. I'm not sure if this is the intended. Like the edged buckler has a charm slot. This is so odd, right? I honestly don't know if this is intended or not. It would be fun if people will only be using low-level bucklers because they give charm slots. And on top of that, the spears sometimes have an additional stat that is not displayed here. Like here we have, look at this spear. This spear has its local weapon implicit hidden base damage is cold. Like all spears deal cold damage. Then this spear has projectile speed when thrown. And then the spear has armor on critical hit. This is a complete mess. I have no idea what's going on, guys. I honestly, no idea.
this is exquisite.
Also, there's this spear. I have no idea which one is actually the real one, but this is pretty cool. This spear can only be used. This is a dual wield spear. I'm not sure if this is the real thing or not. I suppose we'll see. Either way. So what we're gonna do now is, first of all, we're gonna pull the data again, see if it's been updated another time. And these correct? Stuff like that? I have no idea, I've never seen these. Engraved braces. Let me see if they are part of the migration table. No, it's a mistake. Can we Google them up? Are engraved braces a unique only base? Engraved braces. I bet they are great. I have no idea. Do these exist? Or are they wrong sorted? Yeah, I have no idea what's up with them. Is it even a real base? Let me write down all of the weird bases that we need to take a look at again. So there's the following ones are still weird. Engraved braces, hardened braces, adorned gloves, ornate gauntlets, burnished gauntlets. They all sound a little bit similar. Signet cuffs and righteous cuffs. They all sound very Act 5 style. Thanks for all the kind word, guys. So yeah, I don't know what's up with those. We're gonna ignore the special amulets for now. They changed the hand of action. Oh no, I didn't see that. Oh my god. If they do, it's going to be highlighted as a new base. That's okay. Threat of red spiral. It's really hard to tell what's Actually, you're right. Let's take a look at the changelog again.
Glorious.
Base type. Okay. Okay, so apparently it's only the... You're right. Spiral wraps. Okay. Let's see if compiling this crashes filter plate completely. Okay, there's some errors here. Oh, I messed up this. This is definitely a mistake. The variable is not resolved. Let's take a look. Calandra basis exotic Calandra any. Needs to be any, all right. That should fix it. What else? Another thing I've left for today is that we actually add the migration table. It's always a bit nasty to do, but that's fine. So we're gonna open that in VS Code. We're gonna select this one of these slashes. Probably do it programmatically, but it's just as fast. Select all occurrences. So we now have selected every single slash in the file. And the first one are the ones we renamed from. The second ones we renamed to. We're gonna now select every single from, paste it all in a new file. Actually, we can do it a little bit better. We're gonna remove everything after that. We still have the cursors there. Gonna backspace once, add a space in between, add semicolon on the end. Alright, now all of these should be part of one big list. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna slap them all. And I'm gonna add them into this list. What is this about? Now, if for some reason these bases that were removed will appear somewhere within the economy data or whatever, they will be yeeted out. They will not be added to the filter. This is something that happened quite often in the past. And this way, this helps me with preventing mistakes with data. This might very well happen because, you know, standard also has its economy data and things sometimes get merged. All right, this little data manipulation later. Oh, let me quickly go through the subscriptions, then we'll proceed. Merbo, Arisen Phoenix, Maria Use with the 1000 bits, Maria Use again with the 500 bits. I'm sorry for ignoring you so much. The filter will be ready for lunch. It will be ready a couple of hours before lunch. And Craftswerk. Craftswerk is always nice to see you. And Scutio, thank you guys so much for the support, much appreciated. Sorry for ignoring your messages quite a bit nowadays. Been pretty busy with the update. You do not have a tier filter. The command for tiering things, well, for tiering items by their tier is not, or rare items by their tier is not there yet. All right, let's regenerate the filter. Let's see if filter blade can work with that. Okay, it seems fine. So it seems fine. Okay. Let's get back to the changelog. No, we'll do all of the changelog later. That's fine. We don't need to focus on that now. Instead, let us take a look at the tiering again. Exotics is fine, relics are fine, the vault kits are perfectly alright. Barriers, crafting, this needs no changes for now. Currency, cores, sockets, yeah, we went through all of that, should be all good. So the tiering seems all fine. I've added the new essences, yes. There they are. I've also moved all essences to tier 2 instead of tier 1 because I'm pretty sure their prices are not established yet. Yeah, I think this is looking good. The tiering of uniques will be, by the way, completely busted and non-working because I have no idea what things are expensive and cheap right now. Maybe we can take a look at the nerfed ones, I suppose. Doesn't really help us. I think before we proceed, so let us commit the progress. So the leveling currencies, the stuff we've adjusted. We've added the new bases, we've added the override file, work in progress, tiering. Let me quickly pull. So let's get the latest filter plate update there. I'm more on the VS Code side. I've been using Vim in the past, but I'm afraid of, yeah, I'm not that much on that train. Basically, whenever I have to work with Linux systems, I work with Vim. Otherwise, I do tend to avoid it. My general issue with Linux is I think it's a great system, but unless you use it all the time, I just keep forgetting so much. You know, there's like, it's like languages. So I used to learn French in school, and at this point, I can at best tell that I'm a baguette at French. So I was quite good at this back then. So this is kind of like my feeling basically when I'm every single time I use Linux and Vim and stuff. It feels like unless I use it constantly, I just forget everything. And I don't see a reason to use it constantly. Okay, let's start again the UI, see how it looks like.
Glorious.
Look cool. Liku, thank you so much appreciated. Yeah, that looks good. Okay, finally, all of the faulty data is out. And we can actually start tiering things. So, where do we start? We start here. Wait, are these all spears available in the game? Is this correct? Seems like a little bit too much. So, wait, let me check. Hardwood, Ironhead, Hunting, Winged, War, Forked, Barbed, Broad, Crossblade, Steelhead, Steelglass, wait, Crossblade? Yeah, Crossblade. Secret, the ordering is slightly different on my end. Swift. Yeah, the ordering I think is wrong.
Glorious.
Swift. After Swift comes Sword. And the best spear is Spike Spear. Yeah, the ordering is wrong. Now let's take a look of Grunt or Flying or Spike is the highest on the data mine items. This is such a mess. It's insane how messy the data is, how many data problems we have. I've been already talking about that. This is the messiest filter update I've ever had in like 10 years. Or nearly 10 years. 10 years will be on 15 April. It's going to be the 10-year update. So right now, Grand Spear, Flying Spear, and Spike Spear. Grand Spear. Spiked Spear. And Flying Spear. Okay, let's take a look at their levels. So Grand Spear... It appears that Grand Spear, Flying Spear, Spike Spear is the right order of spears. It appears so. So the order Haggas added is actually seems to be the correct one. Okay, so the Spike Spear has some more crit. The Grand Spear deals some more damage and also comes with other fancier things. I bet it will be dropped disproportionately well. I'm not sure about that, but... Okay, so how do we approach the tiering there? I think we need to take a look at all the spears. I think there's an issue there. Items. No, these are the old ones. Okay, so Stalking Spear is level 77. Pronged Spear is 72. Okay, so there's 4 spears that you would usually call T1. Okay, so then we have Pronged Spear. Or a Calcum Spear. This is 67, okay. Helix Spear. This is... So I'm gonna go with just these 2 tiers. Massive Spear, which is 62. Checked Spear. Wait, Helix Spear 65. Yeah, let's go with that. Like something like this. Then we have yeah, I think this is the tiering I'll go with. It's actually more tiering than we have for the other items. But this is also probably good because everyone will and their grandmother will be playing Huntress. So have you pushed? Have you saved? Let me confirm that everything is committed. Yeah, so we're gonna click this scary button now, save steering. And now everything that uses the spears will be updated. On top of that, it has basically sorted everything alphabetically, which is nice. Let me take a look size. Oh, thanks. That's quite good. Let me take a look. Whoops. Scroll, scroll, scroll.
This is exquisite.
Yeah. I wonder if the charm thing is intended to work like that. Also, one buckler party has life recover. What? She want ornate buckler? Okay, you know what? Close, 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 close. I would never remember this amount of mess when it comes to an up. Okay, so we now have 2 ornate bucklers. Yeah. This one has nothing. None of them has life recover. Okay. Yeah, I'm very much confused by the state of the bucklers and updates, quite honestly. It's a total mess here. Then we have Accurate Wand, and I'm not even sure this thing dropped. Okay, if it drops, we're gonna slap it into some tier. Guys, thank you so much for the kind words. It's super kind of you. Gonna slap it here. For now, I don't know how to treat this one, so we're gonna just put it into one and see what happens. Okay, let's compile the code update again. Let's see if the base type matrices behave correctly. So we can open that, and now we have a new area there for bucklers. Yeah, that's fine. You can actually move a few bucklers up, so we'll do that in a sec. And there's also a new area for spears, which also seems fair. What made you want to do a filter website for PoE1 if it's okay to ask? Yeah, pure hatred. Well, not exactly hatred, but I saw a problem that I could solve. I had this whole filter system at multiple strictnesses because people always wanted to see something or not to see something, and people were constantly arguing. I had like a 400 pages long forum thread with like people arguing if something goes into one tier or another tier. And then I thought, okay, this whole tiering and strictness stuff is highly subjective. I want people to decide on their own. So yeah, this has been basically the starting motivation. Okay, this seems fine, so tiering on the spear should be perfectly okay. Then I want to take a look at the campaign part. So in the end game you also have hide armor types, so you can pretty easily pretty easily hide different base types. And you can also hide different weapons, and the weapons also have spears now, okay. And same for the campaign. And in the campaign, can you now select the item progression spear? Let's take a look. Okay, so you can make an item progression for the spears as well. Very nice. So, rare decorators, rare. You can also disable or change highlight for specific bases. The spears are here as well. And she's just very good as well. Okay, so now let us adjust the tiering a little bit more. Actually, I do want to take a look at the PoEDB extracts again. There's Ancient, Godspike, and Ornate. Ancient, Godspike, and Ornate. Those are the top 3 bucklers, right? They don't seem to have anything special about them, so it seems that the Ancient Buckler is simply the best one. Yeah, the block chance is the same, nothing really interesting. So this tiering in general seems pretty correct.
Glorious.
Yeah, that's good. Alright, I do want to take a short bio break. This time no huge 10 minutes break like last time. I'll be back in 3 minutes. We'll then proceed with the next steps. I think kind of like an ETA is less than 2 hours before the release of the update. Maybe even less than 1 hour. We'll see how it goes. Yeah, see you soon. Alright, we're back. I actually was a pretty terrible streamer. I got distracted in the middle of my break and started watching the PoE 2 skill tree, the new, the updated one. I think I should finish the filter first. Right. Probably just as excited as you guys to play the league, so you know. If you are curious about the skill tree, you know how I feel. So, I mean, if you probably guys noticed, it's actually interesting. This update actually caused, well, way less resonance than the usual amount of updates. I don't think there's going to be a huge amount of active players compared to like the original PoE 2 launch. Maybe even compared to PoE 1 leaks. Going to be interesting to see what the numbers will be. So anyway, let's analyze what is done, what is missing. We're gonna start with the tiering file. The chancing is pretty much done. Kiratos, you're welcome. Can't wait for the Doom posting for PoE 2 set because under 1 million players. Well, I think this update will be fairly small. I think the issue there is so I think there's multiple issues. First of all, I think PoE 1 doesn't have quite the replayability of PoE 2 yet. Sorry, PoE 2 doesn't have quite the replayability of PoE 1 yet. So while its general gameplay, graphics, and the force is better, I think PoE 2 is not actually on the same level yet, by far. The second part is I think people are a little bit burnt out from Frasier and from PoE 2. So I think most people who played PoE 2 played quite a lot of it, and most people who played Frasier played quite a lot of that as well. And there's also Last Epoch appearing soon, so people have enough alternatives. Furthermore, I think this is actually GG's biggest mistake. There is no challenge league. I think this is huge as a mistake. There are no cosmetics to win. There's no actual challenge league, like, you know, settlers with a unique mechanic. I honestly think this has been a big mistake. Then again, they're not selling anything this time around, so there's no like new supporter packs or whatever. So I think this is mostly why the excitement is lower. And I think a lot of people were much more excited for the Druid than for the Huntress. So personally, I was definitely on the Druid end of the stick. And while I'm going to play Huntress, I think I'm going to have a lot of fun. I think I'm much more excited for the Druid. Mystery box is coming for sale? Yeah. I think it's really, yeah, I'm pretty sure 0.3 is going to be launched. But still, let's proceed. Also, I'm going to disable the line wrap. It's actually very cute how small the PoE 2 tiering file is compared to tier 1. This is the PoE 1 tiering file. It's a monster. The PoE1 tiering file is 650 lines. The PoE2 tiering file is 240. Oh, it's still quite large, but you know. Right, we have the unbiased list, we have the meta list. The meta lists are not exactly relevant right now, so you can ignore them. We have the leveling overrides, and we have the undroppable part, life mana, optimal charms, O charms, currency tiering, supply tiering, cores, runes, emotions, catalysts, essences, Omen. These variables are getting, well, they're used in multiple ways, but the most important, the most obvious one is this is the tiering of the filter. So these get inserted into the filter. Posture check is correct. I'm a big banana right now. Or shrimp, whatever you find more or less insulting. Fragments, okay, we have reviewed all of those. This should be all fine. I don't really see any more things to do in this file, except uniques. Except uniques. This is gonna suck. But we should try to identify which uniques should be ranked up because they're especially good during the early game. And this is more or less the last task. Okay, so things that are already in tier 1 do not matter. Because they will stay in tier 1 unless they get nerfed hard, which is okay. So we're going to be going through the T3 and T4 items. So hideable items and, you know, the worst tiers. This is what matters. So Wake of Destruction is in tier 1? I did not know that. I don't think this is correct. I think this is trash. I think this is bad economy data. So we're going to look at the previous tier, not the current tier. Yeah, let's just start going through them. I think we need to pass through this whole file. Okay, nothing needs to be changed about that. Nothing needs to be changed about that. It got nerfed, it got somewhat changed. You still want to see it, it's still in the boss tier, all good. Sense of Visage is actually pretty damn good, but it also has a boss drop. Same for this. So things where there's a boss drop do not matter because you have a boss and non-boss drop, so they always will be kind of like a low tier. I have Pragmatism and Belly of the Beast, which is alright. I don't think anything needs to be changed about Snake Bites or Ghost Marches or the Breastdome. Breastdome was... So I kind of... Yeah, it's T3, it's fine. Asylum is not really great. We have Olro Vasara. This is the Expedition Maze. I've never actually seen anyone handle that. Death Harp is kind of fine to start. Black Sun Crest is in T3, which is good. Burden of Shadows, Greed's Embrace. And Folding Dawn is probably going to be somewhat popular at the start. But it is in T3, so anything that is in T3 should not be just Remembering Tales. Oakswan. This thing got nerfed so much. This got nerfed, right? This is the one that lost 50 spirit for some reason. It now grants region, I think. Am I correct about that?
Glorious.
No, it doesn't give spirit anymore. Look, Orc 1 unique shield no longer provides 50 spirit. It now provides 50% increased life regen rate. Yay. This is honestly one of those things I don't really understand to why even bother with that. It wasn't even that great before that. Sure, you could use that, but why? 50% life regen rate maybe will have some use. Okay, let's go. Let's proceed. Well, Beetle Bite. Half of these uniques are so unnoteworthy, like... Well, this actually is one of the better examples. Aggravate bleeding on enemies when they enter your presence might be better than it was before, right? This may actually be good. You take fire damage and physical damage from bleeding. Ignite, you inflict spread. Crackle creep might be worth something. Topaz Ring has Levinstone, which is alright. I have the Anvil, which is in T3. I don't really want to change the T3 items. These are fine. Black Heart. Perfect Eye is, yeah, not really good. Grey Make. I didn't know people use Code Exposure, but I know Blessed Bonds, but apparently it is somehow used. Does anyone know what build is used with the Blessed Bonds? Actually, can we figure this out? Is this maybe a pricing error? It might be just a error on the data. I never heard of this thing. I mean, the thrill feels nice. Mataya is kinda cool, I suppose. On the Blessed Bonds? No, I mean this one, not... No, it doesn't matter. Yeah, Bones of Order are nice. These are gonna be... So I do want to complain here. I honestly want to complain here. I really dislike it when items, and maybe I'm complaining too much, but I really dislike it when items are balancing quality of life with power. So why can't these have movement speed and be just much more rare? Keep your head, thank you so much. Also Mongoose, thank you for the sub. Blitz, thank you for the sub. Delinaris, thanks. Leku, thanks again. Thank you guys. Thank you for the support. And Lazy, thank you so much. Thank you so much as well. Thank you for all your support. So, Bonds of Ulr may be more expensive than that at the start. I think it's also fairly rare. Yeah, I think they may even go into one tier up. Thrill, Matsaya. Meganaut is pretty solid at the start, but Widowhail is already in T3, which is alright. This is the Crude Bow, right? Crude Bow. And I think this needs to go into multi-special, so it might be kind of more interesting because it has a very high roll range. Grand Manchettes. Belt Cap, Gold Trim. Gold Trim is nice. Sirius Dane is pretty solid, especially if you're gonna play a Lich. Collapsing Horizon. Ares Swain is T2 and should stay there. The Jewels, Fine Gauntlets, I have Chala. We can basically keep all of these into T2. I think all of these can easily stay there. We get to the Tier 1 items, which also do not need adjustments. These are all fine. Incomplete can be ignored. This can be ignored as well. Then we get to actually, now I'm not sure if Heads of Action and Wisdom are still in the Tier 1. So we're gonna move it to Tier 2. Nostramentus may stay there. Spike Club Trench Timber is probably still somewhat solid. I don't think it's amazing, but it should be at least somewhat usable. So I'm gonna move it up to Tier 3. I'll move it down actually. Snake Pit, Carnage Shard. Multi-special items are probably all fine. Okay, now we get to the problematic ones. This is the hideable section. 70% of all items right now are hideable. That means their stats are actually pretty low. Yeah, we're gonna go through all of them and see how they if we need to rank them up. Death Blow, Grant's Culling Strike. Let's ignore it. Mist Whisper. Not even discussing that. Kitty Longtail, thank you so much for the sub. And apparently we're getting a golden Kappa train, whatever that is. And then we got Couture of Crimson, which I don't think anyone cares. Eternal Spark. Prior Patch. Gamble Sprint. I think Gamble Sprint was this one pair of boots where I thought they're insulting to even look at. Foxshade, Wolfsbane, Corpse Weight. Corpse Weight was alright, right? Corpse Weight was the decomposed one. The one that got nerfed. Iron, right? Iron Greaves. I wonder if it's still usable. I'm gonna give it a tier up. Death Rattle, Carrion Call, Legion Strike. Why are they so bad? Briner Bust, Cannot Be Shocked, and Brightbird Buckle. Infinite Pursuit, Vile Knight, Red Cage, Dust Bloom. Are you there? Thank you so much. Thank you as well, Peacemaker. Much appreciated. Ashrand. I'm not sure why the hype train, by the way, has a different color. I'm kind of confused about that. Maybe it's just a rare occurrence. But your support is much appreciated, guys. I'm allowed, as you know, I'm allowed one emotional speech per league. And I'm gonna use it here now. I'm doing this since nearly 10 years. On the 15th of April, it's gonna be 10 years. 10 years ago, I created my first filter, and you know, it's been something that has definitely shaped and changed my life in more ways than one. So I've learned a lot of new people, got a lot of skills, probably got promoted in my job a couple of times, maybe missed some opportunities, gained other ones, and it's always astonishing and really awesome to see you guys here. It's my job is usually linked to doing fairly economic decisions. Do things A because it's good for business B. And you know, here I'm just glad so many people are just enjoying my work and having fun, and I can offer you guys something that you guys are enjoying. So yeah, thank you so much. Much appreciated. Thank you all for being here. Okay, enough of this emotional talk. Ashrand, it's bad. Bristleboar, it's probably also bad.
Glorious.
Dark Defiler, I kind of want to build something around that one day. That's bad. At time soon, not right now. Sorry, gonna refund your points later.
Glorious.
Plague Finger, no, we're living in a total dictatorship. Plague Finger, oh, damage from hits contributes support. Oh, wow. Okay, those two, those are early game. Visage of Aya gives you Eldritch Battery, okay? Devouring Diadem, Grip of Winter. Feathered Fortress, no movement speed penalty while shield is raised. Azumite Peak, Unwavering Stance, Smiling Knight, Aggravate Bleeding on targets you critically hit with attacks. I think this one is actually going to be better than... I think this one's actually really good. Cold Helm. The thing is, this grants Bleeding Aggravation. This grants critical strike chance, the accuracy rating. This is actually really good at the start for an Amazon, right? I can definitely see this thing being popular to a degree. Gravebind. I'm not sure if anyone cares about that. Criminal's Hymn, Frost Breath. You can basically skip the weapons. Weapons are terrible in PoE right now. Yeah. Trample Toe. Yeah, this one goes up.
Oh, a glorious spectacle.
This is Shrimp Greaves. This one goes directly up into C2.
Oh,
Yeah,
a
this is not
glorious
it.
spectacle.
Guys, thank you so much for the subscription. Thank you so much for the support. Once again, Navi Pants, CK Guy, Mali Strand, Tomchk, 9 Jacks. Guys, thank you all. Much appreciated. Thank you all for the support and the golden Kappa train. Thunderstab has some max resist to Vo's Protector. Maybe Vo's Protector will be worth something. It's a way to generate... it's not really good, but it's a way to generate charges, right? Radiant Grief is probably going to be worth a little bit. You can do a few funny things with that at the start.
Oh, a glorious spectacle.
I don't think it's going to be like in the high tier, but definitely goes up a tier. Crown of the Victor. I think this is another thing you kinda can push it a tier up at the beginning of the league, or can slap it into the early league tier at least. Duranius Prototype. Not exactly good. But Keeper of the Ark.
Glorious.
Spirit Bone Crown. This can go into the boss tier. Purplate Apron. This might be interesting for Huntresses this time around. Veil of the Night, Font of Power, Wanderlust, Sanguine Divider, Skin of the Loyal, Terrant, Trefina, Quattle Mold, Shackles, the Gloom Form, Knight Errant. This Tyron, Eustastish, and once again Big Mac, guys, thank you so much. And 20 Chisel, thanks. Bobsio, guys, thank you so much for all the support. Super appreciated. Swoot, thanks as well. Windscream, curses have no activation delay, and has actually a decent movement speed. This might actually be better now than before. I think this might actually be worth using it. I dropped off PoE2 before made his filter. Is there anything different you need to do for PoE2 filter? It's very different from PoE1, mostly because of the maturity of the game. With PoE1, there's like PoE Ninja, there's a trade river, there's a lot of data, there's a lot of compilation, a lot more. There's an alpha to test things. It's a lot more mature. PoE2 is a mess. Like until early access is done, it's gonna take a while to. It's gonna take a while to until all of this is actually properly usable. I mean, it still will work, and overall the filter will be working and all, but it's, yeah. The whole thing just feels a lot more like I'm back to kind of like the cave age, because all of the reliable toolings and APIs are not there. But still, the quality will be fine. It's just that you see, I kind of move items by hand right now because I don't trust the economy tiering. But I probably like a couple of months in, everything will be the same. I think Lycosite will be now actually more valuable because accuracy rating is doubled. So Rampart Power Shield will most likely, yeah, I think this. Yeah, why not? I think it's definitely worth something. It's actually even better than you always hit. I think on the Hunter this is going to be big. I think a lot of Huntresses might go for Lycosite as their shield instead of going with the Buckler. You can pretty much go for an accuracy build. Why wouldn't you? Same for Iron, right? This may be better now that accuracy actually is better. No, accuracy penalty at distance is quite good. Then we have Arian's Cobble, which is just a ton of small stats, which is fun, but yeah. Corona of the Red Sun. That's one of those really sick looking items that just has nothing. Date Bell, Crown of Swords, Burst of Fury, drop ignite to the ground while moving, which lasts 10-second ignites. I think this may have use cases with some of the synergies I've seen, but I'm not sure if it's actually good. I'm gonna remove it from the hideable tier just in case. Dark Ray Vectors? Kinda questionable, right? It has the stat that allows you to gain movement speed per frenzy charge. And I can actually imagine us stacking a lot of frenzy charges. That said, I'm not sure if people would be still willing to use it just for the frenzy charge and the movement speed. On the other hand, maybe. Q-Pull, Soul Tether, Inferno Clasp, Coward's Legacy. I find this one very upsetting compared to how it was in Pure Human. Hollow Mask. Chest of Adur. Cooldown Reduction, Wailing Woe. Myris, Uxor. Oh yeah, I actually really like this one. I think this one is kind of like a sleeper one. I made a build with that, especially on the Witch Hunter. If you can have like there's a culling strike wheel in the bottom part of the tree. If you're playing a Witch Hunt and you get this helmet and the culling strike wheel, you can cull normal enemies at 70% HP. It is really stupid. You cull magic ones at 35% HP, rares at around like 20-ish, and uniques at a little bit over 10. But it's really stupid how powerful this becomes. Thanks, Faraday. I'm glad you're enjoying my talk, I suppose. Antonio Karas, Tree Fingers, what is that? Giant's Blood, it's really bad. Doeter's Tenure. Candlemaker. Candlemaker is another one of these items, you know? I feel like this item has such awesome flair. The whole visual of that, the idea is so cool, the graphic, the 3D art. Why are the stats so unremarkable? There's like a little bit of fire damage, it reduces your cold damage, increases your fire resistance, reduces your cold resistance, and chance to ignite is doubled. It is so uninspired. This could be... Look how awesome this looks. Why can't this be something cool? You count at full mana. Need North Spore. I think this could be good. I think North Spore is actually good. Hooded Mask. Lear Cast. Mask of Sanguiments. Elevor. Oh yeah, Elevor is nice, I suppose. Hunter Hood. It's gonna go into something like early league. Innsmouth, Wandering Reliquary, Titan Rod Cataphract, Blue Flame Bracers, Road Warrior, moving while bleeding doesn't cause you to take extra. Okay, great. I am also absolutely willing to complain about this item every single time, every single day. This is like, look at this item. Look at the freaking 3D art. This looks like one of the most baddest things you've seen. This looks like it's gonna be a boss in Elden Ring and it's gonna stomp your ass for 1 hour straight and you're gonna love it. Why is this a level 1 item with stat that wants you... You know, there's Bamboo Jack. The Bamboo Jack, I kinda know it sucks. And then there's this thing. I don't need a second Bamboo Jack. Praise for rain. Energy shield recharge is not interrupted if recharge began recently. This is another one of those. Well, very nice, but it's a cool stat. But can this have like ES that is not the worst in the world?
Oh, a glorious spectacle.
Dr. Dexter, thank you so much for the raid. Thank you, mate. And thank you guys all for the golden copper train. We reached level 7. I don't know how much this means, but I'm glad we had this experience together. Life recharge is kind of cool, but once again, very low level. Blacked out. Ghostress. I mean, it's good for leveling. Necromantle. Kind of very nice at the start, but not actually awesome. Bitter Bloom, Red Flare shocks you when you reach maximum power charges. Dancing Mirage. Yeah, this is one of those that I've been complaining about a lot, because this is kind of like a terrible version of Kintsugi. Kingsguard. I can happily announce that there's not a single line of Python code in this here. But I actually like Python. You know what? I can happily announce there's not a single line of PHP code in here. Also no Java. Whichever you like least. Power Tread. These are good. These are good, but I do wish these would come with proper move speed. ROCs. Did they change them? No. So, since... Demon Stitcher. Hitoko's Current. I think these ones are always worth something at the very start. Maybe an early league item, because you can do Electrocute on lightning builds there. This has definitely some relevance. The Painter Servant. I really like these at the start. Serpent Shredded Light. It's kind of interesting. Bushwhack, Iron Grasp, Beyond Reach, Suffel's Frame, Merit of Service. Okay, no. Atsak, Ice Tomb, Pariah's Embrace. Whatever that is. Oh, there, we are done. We're actually done. Okay. So I should probably close this window. We're not saving anything here. And we're gonna try regenerating the filter. I think the following weeks will actually be very fun. So let me paraphrase it this way. Is the 0.2 update the best update we've ever seen? No. Could it have more content? Yes. But I think it's going to be better than a lot of people give it credit. I think this is my prediction. I think the 100 uniques and the support gems will spice the game enough. I think all of the new things like talismans and essences, unique maps combined, I think they will have a big impact on the economy and on the gameplay. So I think kind of the case, it's worse than it could have been, but it's definitely a lot better than a lot of people think. So I think it's going to be a very solid, very fun league. It's just a shame that there's no challenge league. You think they added enough power to make up for the massive nerfs? It kind of depends on how you phrase the question. I think if your build wasn't exactly, I'm going to use the word meta slave there. So if you didn't play Hand of Wisdom in Action, Unlimited Demon Form, Barrier Invocation, Spark, Archmage, if you didn't play any of those, like the worst things, you will be more than good enough. You will be getting enough power. If you play those builds, I do hope no. I don't think that the power level in PoE2 should be on this level. The reason why I dislike this is because one of PoE2's best parts. Okay, let's imagine that. Let's say everyone starting from level 1 would be one-shotting everything, including bosses. Everything else in the game stays the same. You would be just one-shotting everything. Would this be a fun game? Would the combat be fun? Would skills matter? I don't think so. I think kind of then you start wondering, okay, if we reduce the combat speed and attack speed and damage, at what point do skills become fun? I mean, this is a power fantasy, right? As you progress in the game, you want to be more powerful, you want to be more stronger. But the question is, where do you start and where do you end? So I do think that the point where the difficulty ended and where the damage kinda ended was just way too much. It basically trivialized completely the gameplay completely. I don't think the gameplay should be kind of in the way that every single rare monster dies within a second of touching. And wasn't even using kind of the strongest build. I've been farming tier 15s after like 5 days at the start of the league with some absolutely niche monk build with whatever. It wasn't exactly like PoE2 has this much of a ceiling. So the power level was already pretty good. So yeah, I don't think the power level should be quite that, but maybe it will be there. Maybe there will be like new absurd uniques. You've seen the new unique armor that grants you like 3 free heralds and gives all enemies around you 0 elemental resistances. So yeah, it's definitely going to be a lot of power there. Meter Zero, Paulus Max, Slipknot, the Rayclass, Roadhouse. Thank you all for the subs. Thank you all for the subscription. Thank you all for the support. Much appreciated. You guys are awesome. Thank you, my guys.
Glorious.
Yeah, and Beethoven's and Amsteiger, thank you. Thank you all. Thank you all for the sub, multi-subs, bits. You guys are awesome. Right, where were we? So we mostly finished the tiering. I think it's not perfect by any means. But it should actually be good enough, I think. Let us run the generator again. Let's see if it works. So now we're going to run the local version of Filterblade and we're going to see if anything comes up. Okay, let's take a look at the tiering. So, do you know how many uniques they added? No, I don't. They said more than 100. Okay, now is a good time as ever to actually talk about some things because I'm waiting for some changes from the other guys. Let's talk about some of the additions on Filterblade. Just a very quick broad look. Overview. Not sure if this will probably not make it for release because the economy data right now is busted. And it will probably be there like on Monday or Sunday. On Monday or Sunday, we'll enable the selection of softcore and hardcore tiered filters on Filterblade. Until then, we'll probably just go with the stable version. because I need to see if the economy data is actually reliable before everything gets hidden or put into like the S tier, so that every single bramble jack will be like doing shrink sounds. So yeah, this will be disabled at the start, but soon enough on Filter Blade you'll be able to get nice economy tiered filters. This is new. There's a new style. It's called Zen. The new Zen style is very minimal. Everything outside of very expensive things doesn't have borders, doesn't have backgrounds. It's very minimal. It is very GGG-like. It still keeps like beams, border colors, beams, map icons, sounds. Every A tier item looks like that, this red one. Every S tier item looks like this. But these are rare finds. So everything will be nice, balanced, tidy, and orderly, small-sized, until you find something big and it just explodes on your screen. This is kind of like the intent, right? If you go here, it's bam, Divine Orb, and everything else is kind of like eh. Did you use a Zen style to give a minimalist approach because that's some of what competitors are using? No, not really. It actually is kind of the same approach that we went with PoE1. The first PoE1 styles were Lunaris and Elder, and both are like kind of like minimal approaches to the base filter. Yeah, I have competitors, but I'm not really worried about that. Not because the other competitors are terrible. I think actually kind of like, the other side is actually doing quite well. They have a very nice, clean, minimal UI, and I definitely like it. In terms of UI, they're doing absolutely better than us. But the thing that I definitely can tell is that what we are doing well is the base filter. I know for a fact that the base filters are that we do are of a much higher quality. We have much better tiering. I've been checking out the tiering of other filters, and you know, sometimes very expensive items are just plainly hidden because they directly jam imported the economy data. There's a ton of stuff missing. All kind of important rules, niche rules are not there. So what I'm basically doing, sure, could Filterblade use a better UI? Yes. But why I'm not worried is because I know that the filter is just miles ahead of pretty much everyone. In PoE1, I actually know a couple of filters that are on a very, very good level as well. But then again, let's proceed.
Glorious.
Damn the trash. Thank you so much for the sub. Much appreciated. So, yeah, there's the new style Zen. What I definitely recommend Zen for is for customizing. So it's very minimal, but it is really great to customize because you get all of your important items very well highlighted. But at the same time, you still get some styling, like the purple items for the fragments. There's some special highlight for the crafting base and so forth. Oh, by the way, this is Mochi. He wants to go. Feed cat snack soon. The moment we'll be doing any sort of deployment, there will be cat snacks. All right, so let us proceed. And yes, I've spent a lot of hours on that. Let's go through the filter blade checks. So the currency is the most important part. The export looks good. There's no errors there. Oh, whoops, I made a breakpoint there. Okay, there's still some things we need to address. So the disable buttons don't matter. The embroidered gloves are weird. Wait, I need to push them first. Oh, no errors. Let's take a look if these ones we still need to take a look. Calandra bases. Yeah, I think it's only the Calandra bases. All right. Okay, while waiting on that, let me quickly cover a few things that I really want you to know. First of all, this is actually something I'm telling for I think the first time, but it is something very, very risky. This time around, this is probably the most chaotic field update we've had in years. Maybe the most chaotic field update ever. Because there's over 300 renamed bases, no alpha, no way to test things, a huge amount of weird and new items, and with no proper economy bases and economy historical data being there, a lot of things are like kinda less refined than I usually want them. I will of course update the filter today, well, over the next days, so over the next 2, 3, 4 days. I'm pretty sure I'll add all of the new uniques in and all fine, but I want you to know a few things. First of all, the filter will not hide any uniques. So all of the new items, you will see them, all fine. This is not about that. What it is about, and it's really important, there is a big chance that today evening the filter will not work. If I do a single typo, if I've done a single typo anyway here, let's say I'll rename it to Sandal. This typo is enough for the filter to not work. If GG has done a single typo in their descriptions or renamed a base again, the filter will not work. And it's not like GEG has never done typos with filters. As someone who does this a lot, yeah, this happens. Then again, I can also do errors. So, okay, if they don't work, what will happen? Does it mean there will be no filters forever? For a week? No. That means the filters will be fixed in probably like 20, maybe 30 minutes after leak launch. So after leak launch, if things are not working, you can go to Discord or to Twitter, and you see me posting that there is an issue. If you don't see like any pins or nothing is burning, I didn't write something, everything will be good. Maybe the error is then on your end. But yeah, this is basically the state that you can expect. So what are the chances that it's that there will be an issue? Well, I'm gonna give it a 50-50. I'm gonna give you a good 50% chance that something might not work perfectly at the start. And there's also like a 20% chance that the servers of GPGEG will not work at the start, but that's a different thing. So if something will go wrong, I'll patch it as soon as possible, right? 1 second. All right, what else? The next thing I want you to know is how do you update your filter? If you're following my filter on the filter ladder, well, you probably don't have to do anything. But the filter ladder is somewhat known to be cached or crashing at the start of the leak. So, you may have to try to reload it or maybe download on GitHub or get a backup on FilterBlade. This is true for both. Yeah. If you're using FilterBlade and you have a saved filter, updating your filter to the latest version is as simple as you just need to load your filter here. So you go back to my filters. It loads a while because servers are sleeping on the beta. This is kind of a disadvantage if everything is function based. There's these code starts. So if someone uses it actively, it's constantly up. So if I would now refresh, it instantly returns the answer because someone asked for that. Right, so if I load that, this is all you need to do to update your filter. Wait, actually, do I get a... Yeah, all you have to do is just load the filter again. You go back to my filters, load it, and you'll receive a pop-up that was updated. If you're new to FilterBlade, you can just go to expert to POE. So if you're new to FilterBlade, 1 second, we can actually highlight that. Oops. It's because it's in local development. Okay, if you're new to FilterBlade, you can log in the site. It will be up in like an hour or so. Sign in with your POE account. It's the same thing as like log in with Google. We never get your data. You never get your password. The only thing we can do is upload filters to your profile. Then you can go to export. I recommend you logging in, and then you get the choice to either sync it to your account directly or download the file. You can also not log in. But the advantage behind logging in is that you can preserve your changes. So for instance, if you wanna, during the campaign, see every single spear as highlighted as possible, you can kind of, with this, you will always see the best spears available at your level. And you can then go to FilterBlade, adjust the filter, and then quick save and have everything like adjust in a couple of minutes. I'm gonna show a couple of FilterBlade tricks on how to edit your filter in a couple of, well, let's say in half an hour, if you want to learn a little bit and see how to build a very powerful filter for the start of the league. Of course, you can just use the unedited one, but having it edited gives you some advantages. Right. No, you cannot follow. Well, not quite. There is a way to... So the usual disadvantage with following a filter is you cannot edit it. The moment you edit it, you kind of break the flow, right? Because you're usually just copying a version. On Filter Blade, you can edit your filter and always get updates when you go to Filter Blade, but you don't get auto updates. There is a way to get both. I don't really advertise it too much, but we do have a paid feature for $3. You can get an auto update. So in this case, usually when you go to Filter Blade, your gamer PC does the updating. We kind of give you your changes, we give you the latest filter, and your gamer PC does the updating. If you want us to update your filter with your changes, our servers need to do the updating, and then Amazon AWS comes to us and give us the money motion. And Amazon isn't actually, AWS isn't exactly super cheap. So if you want us to update your filters for you automatically so that you get automated versions on your account and you can use like custom styles and you still get auto updates, you can check out the Patreon. It's also the best way to support us. If you're interested in that, we do have a command with more information. Please do not feel obliged to do that. Only if you feel like you can support us, but we do appreciate that as it keeps the service running. Also keep in mind, only the $3 and up version has this feature. Everything else, the price for that is actually between $1 and $2. Then a big part goes kind of to taxes, and you know the rest of it is what we do keep as profits. Can you change the sound? Yes, you can. You can go to Style and Sounds, you use Custom Sound, and then the moment takes a while to load that because, as I said, servers are sleeping. And then when you download it, you get 6 additional files. And with those 6 additional files, you can replace them with whatever you want. So if you want your gachi sounds being imported there, or your Maven Moan anime sound, you can do that as well. Also, really, really important, and that's really important. What you do not go to customize, or do not go to style, to sounds. Here you have the way to change everything. You can adjust the sounds there, right? So if you want a different sound for the site, you can adjust it here. 1 second. So you can adjust it here. So be very careful. Do not click on custom, or do not click on game and community. Do not click on Maven, and do not use the Maven moan sounds. There's a big risk. Actually, I need to raise the sound for that. Don't do that. There's a big risk of degenerate sounds there. So these are the Maven sounds from PoE1.
More power. What a mysterious presence. I will never tire of this. One more new toy. Not good.
You can also get the sound packs from the streamers, so there's a whole bunch.
Hey, over here! Check
so
this out!
if you want to have Zizaran sounds or Marcel sounds, you can get them here as well.
That's one more for my collection.
But yeah, watch out for the moan sounds. Oops, hope the music didn't kill you. Yes, you can use custom sounds on console. Custom sounds on console are doomed to use the normal sounds. Right, let's take a look.
This is exquisite.
I had the command for that. My build for the release, I'm gonna play Huntress, like everyone else, and just explore and enjoy the game, not doing anything crazy. Starting Monk was the best thing, kind of the best experience in PoE2. I started Monk and explored all of the combos and made my own build, and it was super fun. I really enjoyed that. So I'm really looking forward to, you know, just discover Huntress myself, found my own playstyle, and since Huntress looks like super combo based, I'm pretty sure it'll be good. I will probably go Elemental, and not because Elemental or Bleed is better or worse. I just like the flashness of Elemental attacks more. What did you end up playing on Monk? I used Ice Strikes on melee, and I was combining. I used Flicker Strike for a while. Oh god, I totally forgot what I was using. Well, and Bell as everyone else. Used Invoker with a ton of spirit there. It was fun. It was really good. Yeah, Big Mac, I'm not exactly getting any prizes for originality. I'm considering going Deadeye. Considering, you know, because Tailwind and Friendly Charges actually sounds pretty awesome. I'm gonna go trade this time around. I may go Self-Found later on. But, okay. I honestly think, okay, let us update the changelog, and then we are slowly ready for release. Short overview. Added a ton of new items and features. We should also review if every single base is added. Oh yeah, and totally forgot. The Sims, Zulu out, Clomok, Cyclone. Thank you all for the subscriptions. Much appreciated. Thank you guys. PoE 2 item filter notes. Okay, we added all of the spears. No, we added the ones that matter. We added the bucklers. We've added the weird wand. We've added the Calandro items. We added the Calandro amulets. We added the fracturing orb into 8 here and 4 of the essences into 8 here. We've added all of the talismans and things. What is that? Wait, is this code... What? What? This wasn't here before. Shit. GG, what is that? This is so weird. This is so weird. It's been... I have no idea what to do with this. These kind of bracket items, I have no idea if they work. I'm just not gonna add them directly. I'm gonna use non-exec matching and vote keys. This is weird. It's also weird that they just added 5 of them. Okay, good thing we saw that. If this would, by the way, 100% crash the filter. These item, not quite. These are yes, no. So these are when you be killing the boss, there's a small chance of you receiving a relic key. This relic key will grant one item that this boss can drop. Now you don't know which one, I think, so it might just grant you, you know, the worst one, or you might get a temporalis. So I feel like this is going to be working this way. Or maybe it gives you guaranteed temporalis? I don't know. It is very weird. I don't know how it works.
Glorious.
Okay, let's work on the changelog and then prepare for release. I think we're doing well. But before that, let's just check advanced. Okay, so all of the advanced items may not only be here. All of the expert items may only be here as well. Is there like any advanced item or expert item here? No. Same here. This should be fine. One second, data files, POE. Okay, and then we merge this towards master. Yes. Wait, what? I'm pretty sure this part is the correct one. Okay, let's proceed with the changelog. Sorry, today's update is very chaotic. I'm not lying. This is one of the most chaotic updates I've ever seen. A ton of new items and features renamed to match the new items in the game. This update adds all of the Dawn of the Hunt content and also improves upon the existing sections such as economy, tiering, gems, it also comes with a new style. Then cool. Okay. So added a new style, Zen. Minimal, clean, and great for customizing. Retiered all currencies by hand until economy data is available and reliable. Move as kappa. Moved many S tier items into A tier. Until economy data is available and reliable. Moved all S essences into, yeah. Retiered all uniques and added some to the early league tier. Moved catalysts by 1 tier, added new almost to the tier list. Renamed all the advanced expert bases, added the vote keys, moved Cell Amulet to tier down. Okay. What else? Rework the gem section. Rework the stockable section. Merged soul cores and runes and added the better campaign overrides. Added spear and buckler relevant sections and classes. Added all of the Dawn of the Hunt base types. Maybe we can split it. New content. Large reworks. Rework the gem section. searing. What is stand mode? It's a minimalistic style. It's available on Filter Blade, and yeah, it's a minimalistic style, honestly. Mostly describes it. Added all of the Dawn of the Hunt base types. Added a Kalandra jewelry section. Added a new gold key section. Need those ones. Okay, added spear. Adjusted the base type tiering. And then we can add also coming soon. Added advanced tiering, added advanced economy tiering sections and rules for softcore, hardcore. Those will be enabled in a couple of days once the league stabilizes, and I'm once I'm sure it'll work. Too risky for release. Douchebag, Major Lift, Shindrail, thank you so much for the subs. Much appreciated. Thank you guys.
Glorious. Glorious. Oh, a glorious spectacle.
Brave Fury, thank you so much. Thank you for this 5-sub giveaway, and thank you for your subscription. Thank you guys, much appreciated. Okay.
Glorious.
I think we are slowly good to go. So what we need to do now is take care that the generation works correctly. We currently... Let me take a look. Okay, now we're gonna go with the full generation. So this generates all filters, all styles or filters are disabled, all kind of focuses there.
Glorious.
Filter blade should already have everything. It was not merged.
Glorious. Oh, a glorious spectacle.
Tada, thank you so much for the sub giveaway. Akix, once again Tada, X Conway, thank you all. And thanks Murphy, thank you as well. I think I miss you. Thank you all. I think this is not working. Let's see about the warnings. There are some warnings, but they seem to be harmless. Just those things. Some in most of them, the warning is because there's no items in there, because there's no item of that tier, and we'll approach those. So these are just for us. If we go to expert, everything looks good. If I download the filter and look for something like expert and advanced, none of that is there. Okay. All right. So there are a few things I'm a bit worried about. Okay, so here we are merging into master, so the branches are combined. Then we have to go into filter polish theme. And this is all of the, this is mostly spear changes, right? Yeah. Spears and bucklers. Spears and bucklers go into master. Oh, it already is on the master. Okay, so that's fine. No issues there. Then we can go to NeverSink filter. This is irrelevant right now. Oh, this is the PoE1 version. I need to open the PoE2 version. Projects, NeverSink filter for PoE2. There we go. I keep forgetting there's two of them. Void mode, discard. It was the first name for Zen. Changelog is there. Custom sounds. Oh, whoops. No! Merge conflict! Oh.
Glorious.
This is even the thing. What merge? Not sure why I have merge conflicts this time around. Okay, you know what? Except for the changelog, I don't actually need any of the content there. We're gonna enter the changelog there. And now I'm gonna rebuild all the filters. No, everything is fine. There's a couple of changes, but this is just the new filters. This is normal. Did you fix your sample typo? Schema about Stella and some shoes. I don't know which one of those is. I have not seen a Stella amulet typo, and we probably should have seen that if there would have been an issue, but does anyone know what typo was there? I completely missed something apparently. We don't want typos. Stella. Stella amulet, Stella, Stella amulet. I don't know. Or was it in the changelog? Oh, it's probably this. Line 36, 36. Whoa. Move Stella amulet at you down in the chanting tier list. Oh god. Something else is talking to the agent. Let's see. Hey CDR, welcome. Okay, so we are slowly uploading to beta, so really soon. Dev, why are you doing all your commits in Git Kraken, not from command line? I think the nice thing I like about Git Kraken, I think when you're working alone, it's actually totally irrelevant if you do it via Git Kraken or not. The nice thing about Git Kraken is branch management. You can literally see very, very comfortably what goes into what, and it's making branch management very comfortable. It really, I know there's a bunch of tools that do it also similarly, but this is the most comfortable tool I know. And will the update be finished pre-lunch? Yes. I think it will be finished in the next half hour. Probably less. Maybe half hour. Can you confident? I am not sure. I'm not using it that elaborately. Artia, Iswal, I am Vanilla, Tadai, and Ashix. Oh, yeah, I think I'm repeating these subs at this point. Thank you guys. Thank you so much. Much appreciated. Thank you all for the support. Personally, very, very excited to play some Huntress. So I'll definitely be streaming over the next days. Well, maybe we'll be streaming over the next days. Actually, I'm so tired, I might just, you know, kick back, enjoy solitude. Sometimes after like all the filter releases, I feel like going within myself, and so not sure. But yeah, check out. Feel free to check out the content if you want to. ASIC, thank you so much for the 10 sub giveaway. Super appreciate it. It's very kind of you. Right. So this one we're just waiting for the pipelines to finish. We can do some preparations so at this point. Because I think the filter is actually ready. So what we can do is we can take a look at this tab. Oh, one more thing. This filter will not work before the servers are patched. People will be asking it in Reddit. They'll be asking in Discord. They'll be spamming. They'll be knocking at your door, and they'll be writing you in ICQ, I bet, that the filter does not work in the current game. Before the patch is done, it will not work. There are so many renamed items. Also, if after the update you get an error with something like advanced or expert, you do not update the filter. That means it's on your fault, and you should feel ashamed. And yeah, I don't know what kids these days use for communication. I only know that Signal is the best platform to communicate secret files, nothing else. Okay, so projects, NeverSink filter for PoE2. Let's open those 7 files. Let's sort through them a bit. So regular goes into the regular file, semi-strict goes into the semi-strict file, strict goes into strict, very strict goes into very strict. I'm pasting on another screen in case you're wondering. Now this is uber strict. This goes here, and now we have uber plus strict. This goes right there. Here the... Okay, so this is soft. Ooh, look at the complaints. It's gonna complain now because all of these do not work in the current version. So the validation fails. This means my filters will no longer work until everything is patched. So you'll see there's a error sign there. So once the servers are patched, all right, so the ladder filters are now updated. The precursors are updated. We are now rolling out filter plate. When is actually the patch? Is it like is there like a timeline already by GG? When are we restarting? I've been completely skipping whatever is going on in the world. So I think the leak, when is actually the leak starting? 3.5 hours. Okay, cool. Really looking forward. Okay. 3.5 hours. Okay, so my filters are now gone. As you see, my filters now gone from the ladder because they do not comply to the requirements anymore. They will be back once the leak is once the servers are up. So while we are waiting for the 1 second. Well, we're waiting for everything to finish. We are still waiting for the deployment. I might show you guys what we've changed and show you guys a little bit of few customization tricks. So yeah, the filter plate will be updated in like a couple of minutes, I think, less than half an hour, probably 15 minutes, maybe even 5. So first of all, there's a new style, Zen. It's very minimal, it's great for customizing, but it still highlights the expensive items very, very well. It's kind of like dark mode plus plus. It's very similar kind of to the Elder style from PoE1. Attempts to stay pretty GG-like. I promise you the next styles will be more on the colorful end. Because we now have 2 styles that actually make the filter less bright in a row. Alright, so on top of that, there's quite a few other things that are noteworthy. Now, filter plate itself comes with information about prices. So if you hover over something like a divine orb, you see icons and prices. We are working on populating the whole website with more features like that. So you see more quality of life features, more icons and so forth on filter plate as well. On top of that, for things like uniques, we try to also tell you where something drops. The bonus data is not available locally, but in-game you'll be able to see where the unique comes from. Keep in mind that the new uniques that drop will look like that. So this is not a permanent visualization. This is just a visualization because we don't know what the base types are, we don't know how valuable they are. So all of the new uniques will look like this. And then over the next like 1 to 2 to 3 days, I will publish a patch where all of the uniques are nice and smoothly and sorted and will be tiered like always. But without all of the knowledge, I can't really tier the uniques, right? How do you want to do that? All right, next up, I've done quite a bit of work to the skill gems. So the skill gems are now neatly split between campaign, skill gem progression. So there's like the best gem that can drop in like in the Waystones up to a certain level. The best gems that can drop in well, you see how to explain best. These sections show you the best possible gem you can find in certain maps. So I think in like Waystone, I don't know, tier 10, this will be highlighted because it's the best Waystone you can find at this level. Because in Waystones, there's a range of levels you can drop. It's also now split from Spirit and Skill Gems, so you can customize them. We've merged Soul Cores, Runes, and Talismans. So these are now all part of one huge socketable tier list. There's also now a better campaign socketable section. Spears and bucklers have been added. Something I can definitely recommend you is if you're playing, let's say, Huntress. Let me show you just some tricks on how to make your leveling progression better. First of all, go to campaign, scroll down to campaign, go to item progression, and I really recommend you to set this one class. You have 3 progressions, to set one of the progressions to spear. This means you'll be always seeing the best available spears with this kind of border. You might want to adjust the highlight, whatever you want. So this way, spears that are normal and magic and set it to rare will be highlighted if they drop. You can also set it to rare if you want to. So this kind of helps you with find the base types you care about. You can also hide the bases you just don't care about anymore. So what you can do for that, you can go to campaign gear and you can go to magic and normal items. And you can just disable all of the normal and magic items you don't care about. Now it will still show the magic items early on so that you can, vendor stuff and do stuff like that. But you can just say, okay, you don't care about all of these things. We're gonna make kind of like a menu that automates that probably in the next update. So that you just select the class, the weapons, and the armors you want, and just automatically does that for campaign and for the end game. But for now, this is the way to go. It also allows you a little bit more options. You can probably still want to see backlash, maybe you want to see a shield. So this is the approach you can take. You can also go with custom rules. Custom rules are very powerful, but it's a little bit tricky to use them. So what you can do there is tell, let's say you just don't care about certain bases. So you don't care about certain armor types. And you can now set it to hide certain armor types below a certain level. So you can set up it to hide every single armor type except for evasion, evasion armor, evasion energy shield. And to just do it. You can set it to normal and magic, and you can also add an item level if you want, or an area level. So with an item level, it will basically hide all of this if the item level is above, let's say, 30. So this way, every normal and magic item with pure energy shield, armor, range shield will be hidden. The current default border style is not something that is controlled by the filter. It's something GG controls, and it's only available on controllers. It's sadly not something we can do. Basically, if you want that, you want a filter with minimal, with absolutely minimal styling. You will have this border style a lot on dark mode and Zen. Yes, you can also do it in PS5. After you're done, you go to export, name your filter, go to sync and download, and then you save and sync. So you want to use the sync mode for PS5. The only thing you can't do on PS5 is on console, you cannot use custom sounds. Speaking of custom sounds, if you want to use custom sounds, go to Style and Sounds and click Custom Sounds here. You can now combine styles and sounds the way you want. Yeah, that is pretty much it. I also recommend you, especially if you're, depending on how you play, you probably want to add a few custom rules to disable things in the endgame. So something we've added, so this is pretty comfortable. In the endgame, you can define what items you don't care about. So you can go to hide armor classes and weapon types, and you can just tell, well, in the endgame, you don't want to see normal and magic items, everything like that. So you will now only see evasion bases that are normal and magic, and you can also do the same with like weapons, define the weapons you don't care about. And the same with rare. So this way you kind of have like these high-level scopes that allow you to define what you don't want to see. Let me check. I think we are live. Yeah, so filter blade is now updated as well. So you can now go to filter blade and actually update your filters. Keep in mind, the current filter will not work until the patch is alive. So yeah, probably time to post it on Reddit as well. What? Okay, let's pause the Reddit post, and then I can show you, answer your questions, and also show you a bunch of tips and tricks. And then maybe we can take a look at the gems and stuff. That would be nice. Dawn of the Hunt, Zen style. I think I'll just copy this. Everyone, the filters, my filters and filter blade has been updated for Dawn of the Hunt. This includes 250 plus renamed and migrated bases, all of the new items, multiple large-scale reworks and improvements. We've also added a new style, Zen, minimal and great for customizing. Highlights. 200 plus remove bases, all of new items, spear and buckler integration, multiple large-scale reworks and improvements such as gems and socketables, prices and prices, icons, and drop locations for uniques and other tier lists are now shown on the filter blade. We've added softcore hardcore economy mode, but it will be disabled until the new patch is live and stable. Need to test it before, since I'm afraid. I want to test it before jamming it in. Filter blade new features. All new uniques will be highlighted in unknown uniques will be highlighted in a special, somewhat ugly pink color. Expect a patch. Expect an update. 1-2 days. Update in 1-2 days that integrates and tiers all of the new uniques. All right, that's basically it. The new update will not work before the servers are patched. This is the typical issue. A lot of people will ask that no matter what you do. The new update will not work until the servers are patched. Literally. This includes the Dusk Amulet. Does this work? Yep. All we need to do is do this. And do that. I think we're good to go. And this is not safe for work, right? Tool. All right, I think it's time to spam people. Not here. Okay, there is a real chance. There's a real chance that there will be issues at the leak launch. There's hundreds of renamed and new items, and if either GG or I did any single little tiny teeny typo, things may not work. If there will be issues, everything will be fixed and patched after max 10-30 minutes after launch. After the servers let me in, let's put it this way. Okay, let's spam people a little bit, that's fine. We should probably post it here and then can discuss and take a look at the changes. Okay. Okay, I think we've addressed that. So let's discuss different questions. First of all, once again, the filters will not work until the patch is live. You can't believe how many times I answer this every single league. Alright, so what do you do to update? If you're following my filters on the ladder, they will just hopefully work after everything launches. If you're using Filter Blade, you will need to re-download or resync the filter. Unless you are supporting us on Patreon, then we can update it for you. It's our only paid feature we have. So if you feel like supporting our work, feel free to check this out. If you're using GitHub, you need to re-download the filter from GitHub. Yeah, those are your 3 ways. Pick what you want. What else? The filters will not work before leak launch. Okay, I think that was clear enough. If there will be issues with the update at the start, which is totally possible, check out Discord, check out my Twitter. I'll definitely post it that there's issues, and then I'll fix them within like a couple of minutes. Or it just probably is like one little typo. The issue is there's so many things, and I have no ways of testing it. It's just not unthinkable that I've done a teeny tiny typo, you know? Yeah, so this is definitely something that might be scary. Yeah, the drops are enabled, but I'm actually not sure if they apply to the whole PoE thing. This is from the last event. The drops will be enabled here, and whenever the drops start for the PoE 2 event, you will definitely see them here as well. I just am not sure if the event already started, but yeah, you will get it here as well. Let me quickly check what else is up. Right, what kind of questions do you guys have? What can I answer for you? What can I show you? Is there anything you would like to know? What are you starting? I'm gonna go with a Huntress. Nothing too fancy. Like everyone else, I'm just gonna start Huntress. See and make my own build. Highlight quality on items? I already do, but you can easily check it out yourself. You can go to Filter Blade. Oh, there's a new version. Moment, we are currently updating the service. I think there's probably an update going on. Maybe Zoe is hotfixing something. Oof, 1 second, there's something going on. 1 second. Hey Zoe.
Hi.
Sorry, what happened? What's going on?
It looks like we have the same issue with the custom waypoint thingies as we did before.
What?
Like I think the original issue was that there were 2 with the same name? No, 2 with the same location? Something like that?
I'm very confused. First of all, did you just push something? I'm getting the new update thing.
Yes. I had to push on.
Okay. So we do have the same location issue. I'm kind of wondering where. Maybe I didn't merge something. That maybe is something that's possible because I did add a check. Maybe it's something else.
Like I'm certainly getting the error message about like splice target not found, so probably the entry wasn't generated.
Are the new unique tables included in the filter? Yes, I'm kind of using a workaround to highlight them, but you should be able to see them. And there's like, after using three different approaches to show them, we'll see what works. BG Riffs, thank you so much for the sub. Always nice to see you. Thanks. And Mercury and Refried, thank you guys as well. Okay, CDR wrote there was a specific target there. Which one was that?
Glorious.
CDR, can you tell what kind of section caused that?
Oh my god, I'm muted. The second from the top, the one with quest items.
With quest items. Okay, let's take a look. So don't worry guys, it's not a big deal. Second from the top. Override rules. There's nothing wrong with that. Okay, so it's something else. Because this one doesn't have the same issues before. There's no double questy thing, you know? Why would it behave like that? Maybe it's a migration issue? I mean, we can try it out local for the blade and see if it's there. Don't worry, it's just a technical problem. Those should like affect the 0.01% of all users. But we can probably test it out here. So what basically is happening, if you create a custom rule, and you know, and I'm gonna use like a grand spear there, I'm gonna add a spear. And if we add this spear to a specific point, like this one, this is a specific point that's bugging around. Yeah. This one point, and what if we set it to a different point? So it doesn't really matter what we add. So it is only this. Is that like not working with other points? What's the issue there? I think all the custom points are bugged maybe.
Wait, I think with the default one, I think I got it working.
Yeah, the default ones, all the ones in the drop down. No.
No, this works too.
No.
No,
Okay.
most of them seem to work.
There seem to be some that just bug up. Bouncing bases work. Start override or rules work. Exotic item double corrupted. Does this work? Yeah, so it just seems to be an issue with exotic items, breach rings, fishing rods, quest items. Yeah, this one. What is up with this one thing? So there's some other issue there. What makes this special? Maybe it's not about... Wait a second. Let me see if I can find another one. Salvageables could be it. C4 salvageables. You should be sorry. I thought we were done. Yeah, I thought we were done. But now I'm fighting T4 stashed again apparently. Salvageables. This one could be buggy. No. Crap! Why? I was so certain this one should be buggy as well. Can we find another rule that has the same kind of like maybe minion? No, it's not the same waypoint. So these waypoints, these allow adding custom rules to specific points in the filter. We added these waypoints so that basically we have a clean way of storing and saving and loading your custom rules, because the filter might change and placing things relative to other rules is kind of like a problematic thing. So we kind of like add these waypoints where we can tell, okay, this is the spot above all rares. And most of these work perfectly well. All great. But there's apparently like 1 or 2 rules that are bugging up for a reason I don't know. And I thought I found the issue and fixed it. But apparently there's a second issue. Because there's apparently one more rule that doesn't work. And I'm looking for other rules that have a comment after that. The last one maybe. All safety layer. Okay, so maybe this one. Is it a comment after the section? How the hell does this make sense? Okay, I'm gonna remove the comment. We're gonna regenerate all filters. Just where we do have an automation pipeline, but you know, these are like explicitly super niche things. At this point, you need to add a specific custom rule to a specific custom point. It's like, at this point, you would be spending much more time maintaining the pipeline. All right, so. Yeah, got it. Okay, so I'm pushing a fix. I'm pushing just a fix on my end right now. I'm gonna look into that later, okay? My brain is too fried for this BS.
We have a sorry for it anyway.
Oh, cool. Okay, removed comment of doom. I think this is an appropriate user story. Pushed. Great, that's merge.
Nope, not pushed.
Shit.
I was trusting you. I already clicked start on the pipeline.
Yeah, do have. Okay, it will be fixed in a couple of minutes, yeah. Apparently the waypoints break. I think the waypoints somehow link themselves to the next entry, and I think there's a no check if the next entry is in comment. Sounds easy enough to fix, honestly. Now, at least I know how to check it next time. Did smuggler code get changed? I can't find it in the chance space list. The problem is smuggler code does not drop. Smuggler code could never drop. It's one of those base types you cannot find to chance it. Now, these are base types that drop probably in Act 4, 5, 6, and they were actually not added to the game. So, you know, you can only find the unique version of it. Stablo, Fludentry, Max Dax Max, Hentai Senpai Arena God. Thank you guys for your support. Thank you. All right, what else can I show you? Anything else I can do for you? Can you show how to highlight spears while leveling? Yes, I can do that. There's a bunch of ways of doing that. Actually, you know what? Let's build a spear filter. Why not? You're getting error where? Can you guys tell what kind of errors it is? I'm working on a roguelike with some RPG elements, but I'm not ready to show gameplay of it yet. Yeah, the synchronous filter, guys. The synchronous filter will not work until the patch is the game is patched. No, stop. Right. So Huntress, right? We want to talk about the Huntress. Lesson learned, don't release. Well, yeah, but if I release the filter later, people will complain that the filter has been released too late. There's no winning here. Okay, let's. I'm gonna build my filter for my Huntress. Okay, I'm gonna build my filter for my Huntress. I'm gonna explain what I'm doing at the same time, and you guys can either use it or repeat it, whatever you want. So, I am logged in. I'm on Filterblade. I'm logged in. I'm gonna go to customize. I'm gonna just start customizing things. I'm gonna go to item progression. Item progression always highlights the best base of a specific type while that you select. Here, I want the item progression for spears. This will highlight always the best available spear. Now, some of these spears might actually be bad for us because they do like things like total chaos conversion. You know, like there's a shitty bow and a shitty stave that no one uses. I don't actually know that. We don't have this, so you have to just live that some of these may not be perfect. Or you can go to Filterblade and update it like in a minute. So I'm gonna set these to 40. And I'm also gonna give them a certain highlight so that I know that these drop. It's gonna be very easy for me to then know this is something I kinda need to check out. Now maybe give it a different color. It's kind of like this. Yeah, I'm okay with that. Let's go with this thing. Give it some more opacity. Give it some more oomph. So now normal magic items will appear this way. The problem is, how will it look with magic items? It will suck. So how about we change the color a little bit? It doesn't really work. Color design is, by the way, one of the hardest parts of making a good filter. Okay, fine. I'm gonna go with this red appearance. This definitely works with blue magic items well. And okay, this should work. So this will highlight, I'm gonna make this even a little bit darker. This will highlight all of the visible on all screens, all of the spears that drop. So on the Huntress, it kind of makes sense, right? Then I'm gonna go to add hide rules. I'm gonna add multiple hide rules. So I'm gonna select them only for normal and magic. And no, you know what? We're gonna even select them only for normal first. And I'm gonna hide maces, pretty much everything. Select every classes except spears. And I'm gonna remove the ones I actually care about. I do care about body armors, all of these, right? I don't care about foci. I am gonna, yeah, that's fine. I'm gonna also hide shield, so all of these are fine. I do wanna hide all of these. And we can also add a condition. The condition is the item level. Alright, so I'm gonna set it to only hide these normal items if they are above level 16. Now the thing is, this thing places it in a good spot, so it will not hide the crafting bases. So, no, sorry, not crafting, but the salvageable bases. So I'm in a good spot there. In the future, we'll make these, we can make it very easy to create these in an automatic way. Right now, it's a little bit clicky. I'm also going to duplicate this section. Also going to rename that to hide normal non-huntress bases. I'm going to rename that to hide magic non-huntress bases. And I'm going to add magic there. And I'm gonna increase the requirements to something like 30 because I probably want to apologies, or maybe 32 because I probably want to vendor these at this point. Well, don't want to vendor these at this point. Okay. Then this will already just hide everything I don't really care about too much. Then we can highlight some other things as well. We can go to campaign gear, and we can go to rare items, and we can modify the appearance for the items we care about. So what I'm going to modify are the evasion items. I care for these most, right? So I'm going to give them a glorious, nice background. Very PoE1 styled, right? This is how we style our PoE1 items. So evasion items will look like that. And spears will look like that. And bucklers will look like that. So we're gonna also make them nice and large, so when they drop, I know exactly what I'm looking at. Armor evasion and evasion energy shield, those are kind of adjacent. So I know I probably want to see them. And I'm gonna disable everything else. So I'm gonna disable these. Armor energy shield. I'm not gonna hide them. So this doesn't hide them, this just disables them. What that means is that they will look like this. So they will be less, until level 16 they'll look like that, and after level 16 they will be way less highlighted. I don't really want them to be strongly highlighted, right? We can even reduce their text color so that they kind of stick out way less. So if we now go to something like simulate and set it to level 33, and it's gonna generate some loot, and I'm gonna configure it to only generate the gear. We will actually, so we see this is a evasion base, we highlighted very well. So all of the evasion bases and the things we care about are well highlighted, other things are barely highlighted. So you know what, not really feeling this background color, I'm gonna disable that. Yeah, this works for me. So now we have this very nice visualization for the items you care about and a lot less for the things you don't. Let's proceed adjusting things. As I said, in the future, I'm gonna make the customization easier than this. This is currently semi-strict, but you can change it anytime. So you can go to filter and change it, even by preserving all of your changes. So you can change this stuff. Rare decorators, this is fine as well. Combine flask and jewels, life and mana, charms, this is fine. There's some things you can salvage. Salvageable items are also good. I might want to adjust the appearance for those, I don't know. This is just something I'm experimenting around with this. I'm not sure this is the best appearance. It might actually look ugly in game, but you know, now in the end game, there's this enchants, and I don't really care about the etcher ones. Well, if it's 2 etchers, I'm gonna take it. Armors as well, glass blowers as well, whetstones is fine, don't care about the 1 etcher, don't care, this is fine, this is fine. Artificer shard, this is also fine, but only small ones, don't care about the large ones. Alright, so this is good. then I do want to adjust the end game tiering a little bit. I'm adjusting it really to what I find personally reasonable. So this is normal and magic stuff for the end game items, and I'm just gonna be this route and just gonna disable all of these unless they are cases I really care about. So normal and magic items, I only want to see evasion items. And for normal and magic items, I only wanna see, I'm gonna reduce what I don't wanna hide, and this I don't wanna hide the bucklers. Yeah, this is it, right? This should be it. So this will hide everything except for spears and bucklers. Do you know all the tiers for the uniques, or will this be an ongoing process? This will be definitely an ongoing process. All of the uniques will have an ugly pink color that we don't know, because I will have to because I don't know what they are, I don't know their names, I don't know their stats, so yeah, we'll have to, but I think the ongoing process like 2 to 3 days, you know? It's not the end of the world, we'll survive. Alright, so in the very end game, I really don't want to see that. Chancing bases, I don't think I care about the worst chancing bases on my filter. In the very end game, I don't think I care much about. That's fine. I'm gonna keep them around for now. Same for this, but I do want to adjust stuff like weapons and armors there, end game visibility. I also want to add some additional highlight there. So what I'm gonna highlight all rare items, but I think what I'm gonna go with is I'm gonna add an additional. Oh, no, you know what? I'm gonna go with a different approach there. I think it's just something I do personally. You're gonna move most. No, I'm not sure. Not sure about that. What I'm basically wondering is how many of the other base types do I want to pick up, because it's not what I don't know how to do it. I don't know what I want to do, because in the end game I still want to pick up other rares because there's other rares sell. So I'm just trying to figure out how many of those do I want to pick up, and it's going to be tricky because I'm pretty sure I want to mostly pick up the evasion bases. This is what really matters in this league, I think. I'm also going to add a couple of more bases there. Because I am definitely certain these are going to be in high demand. This is just for me. You can do it for yourself or not do it. It's up to you, of course. I'm not sure this will be much, you know, but let's go with this approach. I think this is the best thing we can do. And what I'll probably do is I probably will remove certain other tiers or reduce their tiering. I think like for evasion armor, I'm just gonna go with like armors. I don't think I really want these to be very much highlighted. I don't know if these will be popular at all. Yeah, I don't know if I want that. No, I'm gonna reset that. Gonna reset this section. I'm just gonna change the evasion section for now, and then we'll look into other ones later on. So this is the approach I'm gonna take there. Just more evasion items. And then the other ones is something I'll decide later on, depending on the demand and supply in general. But also what I can do is lower visibility in waystones. We can adjust these things here. Yeah, I just need to play the game, see how it feels right now before I start doing adjustments. It's actually good for me to probably learn the new economy a little bit before I start changing it. It's since over 3 months since I played PoE2, and at this point everything changed. So I'm gonna not adjust too many things in the endgame tiering. I do wanna see how this works out. Just gonna add more evasion bases there, and also more spears, I think. So we're gonna increase the highlight on certain things. That's fine. All right, so this should be definitely great for leveling. For the end game, we will see more evasion bases and a solid amount of spears. I'll probably edit it a little bit later on. And we've also massively reduced the number of normal items, so I'm not really worried about that part. Yeah, I think this is actually most of the adjustments I will do right now. I don't think I will want to do more than that. I think I need to play to actually see how it feels. But what we can definitely do is we can change the appearance. I'm not sure what kind of visual I'll be using here, but this is the Dawn of the Hunt League. Let's go with the Alpha Sow. Maybe the Huntress starter, and I'm gonna set it to auto load. I'm gonna set it to auto sync. Not gonna add auto update yet because it's gonna be disabled for the next days anyway, and I need to observe exactly how it works. Let's go to sync and download and sync and download. All right, synchronizing, and it should be there. So this way, if I go now to my filters, item filters, and go to PoE2. Wait, that's a mistake. If I go to my item filters here, you can see it here, Huntress starter. The issue there is that it doesn't work right now because it's not updated, right? So all of these will not work until the filter is updated. That should be fine. Okay, so I should think we are reaching the end. All right, guys, I think this is actually it for today. Mats Blank, Zeigstruxo, Tortilla Farmer, Conan Vod, Deep, and Stavia. Thank you so much for your support. Thank you so much for being here. Guys, I am gonna raid this run as is tradition. You tell him to treat you well. If he doesn't, feel free to complain to me. I'm gonna delete his folder. Yeah, and I wish you all a good start of the league. Definitely going to be playing Huntress. I will probably not be streaming today and tomorrow, but feel free to hang out over the next days. If it's going to be a little bit more chill, and I'll be a little bit more relaxed after the whole update, I'll definitely stream a little bit. Yeah, guys, enjoy. I'm looking forward to No Life for the weekend. See you next time. Thank you for being there. Thank you for the support. Yeah, thank you. Bye. Yeah, raid. When you raid. There we go. See ya.
There was no kill stuff. NeverSink, thank you for the raid, dude.
NeverSink raided my stream with 1,208 viewers.
It's a good image. Thank you, NeverSink.
Hey guys, Matthew here once again with a bit more of an update.
For Westfall is firing.
I need to do my filter. Thank you. I love you, NeverSink.
Demon Foam Essence Drain.